like glowing. If I close my eyes, then the world will be asleep and I can dream just like it's ours again. Put the lights out, and it feels like growing. It's the space between the stars again, and the world will have to wait until we stop dancing.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Some people's first time. How are we doing there? MLP, M-Site, you found us. Same with Bob K. What's up, Bob? Hey, Zeal. What's up, Protein Chug? Low Sandy. Thanks, M Site as well for the sub. M Site 91, MLP Twilight, both hitting us with the subs. There we go. Thanks a lot, guys. Hey, Mr. Sheen. Yeah, I'll be streaming. I'll be streaming on both. People have been asking. Are we only streaming on Kick now? The answer is no. The answer is no. But I think the one series that I'm about to start, I will probably only stream on Kick. So there'll be some things that we do here. We still have Chess TV that will stream on Twitch, and we will still be streaming on Twitch. But you'll see us predominantly on Kick. For example, I'll be streaming on Twitch tomorrow, so I'll be there. But trying to get people to make some Kick accounts, follow our channel here, and keep up with our streams on Kick because there'll be more of them. Forest fire? It's not that bad. Where are you at, Welder? I've heard it was bad in New York City, but like pretty normal now. Like it was just really bad for a couple days. Apocalyptic bad, but now it's kind of fine. I don't know. In Toronto, I find it basically normal, but last week it was a little iffy. Hey, Tone Cruz. Hello to Ralph. I thought we'd just play a few games to warm up. I'm not gonna start my series just yet. I will, but figure we let some people pile in here and get some warm-up games in. Yeah, that's what I heard, JL, was that it was like unbearable in New York City last week. I saw the pictures, and not just the pictures online, like pictures from people I know there. It looked so strange, but I also heard and have seen that it's more or less completely fine now. Good reason to work from home. Yes, exactly. Hey, Pieces and Pawns, the 5 Kick subs. Thank you. Cheers, buddy. The Kick Cinco, as we've so dubbed it. So thanks for the support, Pieces and Pawns. Hey, Abe Froman. How's everyone doing? Like I said, just doing some warm-up games, but I do have a new series that I'm going to start today, and I'm excited about it. It's definitely, it is something that has been asked about before. Okay, let's go here. Just playing some Bullet to warm up. I guess this is a little annoying. Probably gonna have to play that. Okay, let's do this. D5. Should be good. Should be good. He's very fast, but should be good. Not based. Hey, thanks for the month. Welcome. You found us. I'm assuming it's the same. The same based. Whoa, okay. Interesting. For this pawn. H4. Yeah, it was a little annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Needs to be playing that. Here we go. Hello, Mike. What's up, buddy? I definitely agree with that, base. You don't notice the little things until they're like not there anymore. It's definitely true. Okay, bring the bishop in, yeah. This all looks good. Sometimes there's this move, but I'm not sold on it. Takes. 95 probably. I mean, I suppose we have to do this. Wants to go E4. This move isn't really possible. Now I'm gonna do it. This pawn's dead regardless, so. Oof. Close. Hello, Beacon. There are a lot of emotes here natively, but obviously nothing close to the amount. Not yet, at least. What you're probably used to. Hello, Tony. Thank you, buddy. Oh, is that Dill I see? Hello to Blonde Maestro 69. Warming up with some bullet. Thank you. Is that E-Cry, like E-Cry B? Or is that E-Crib, you know? Could be someone's rap name, E-Crib. What's up, dude? Hello, I am 145. Yes, I heard the same beacon. I think we have that to look forward to. It may even already be here. Someone was saying that. E-Crib. I like E-Crib. Sounds nice. I'm just letting the, seats, the VIP seats in the audience fill. We will get started on a new series here pretty shortly, but I thought that a few warm-up games wouldn't hurt. I lost some bullet rating that we have to reclaim. Whoa. Stop C5. It's probably a good move. I realized he had back rank issues, so it actually wasn't so great. I think he should take it, but he may not. We don't have a lot of time left, so I think I have to go for this. Wow, he really blundered that. I didn't expect him to blunder rook b5. It's a really bad move, obviously, bishop c6, but I guess I can't really tell if he blundered it or he just did it, like maybe took a risk. I was not expecting these bad moves. I think we're okay here. Okay, we want... what am I doing? Just blundered the pawn there. Oops. Oopsies. This is my bad. I need my knight there, but it's not so easy to achieve. Not so easy at all. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty rough here. I'm not sure what to do. Gotta take the E file here. Yeah, unfortunate. He definitely had C6 there. Okay, seems like a pretty bad draw for him. Banana Sleeve, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the follows. I know there's some follows to be gained here. Some people that maybe are just finding us. Hello and welcome. Chessbrahs are streaming on Kick, yes. Not only Kick, but definitely lots of Kick. We're kicking it over here. Okay, D5 probably. This is good for me. The E5 bishop is quite strong here. I need to put some wins together, you know? Need to put some wins together. I think I'm fine to do this. I have so many threats down here. Here, takes, here. Am I missing something? No. Just hide our king here. I'll go for it. Been losing some rating to this guy in the last couple of games. Need to change that. Probably gonna do G4 or something. Okay. Very scary to play this with the king still in the middle, but well. Can't actually go there anymore. Oops. Oops. This position is going completely downhill. Wow. What was that? I'm desperate to play that, but I don't think it's enough. Not gonna save me. I have queen f4 check as well. Yeah, I didn't realize that was a move. Missing a lot of kind of seemingly basic moves here. I don't know. He played the whole game so well. Zarthus, thanks for the sub. This guy plays the game so well, but the end so poorly. It's really odd. Somehow a very tricky opponent. Like, what's the deal here? What am I missing? It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a draw, but... Strange. I don't know why you played h4. It was just a drop. This is what I mean. The beginning, maybe middle of the games that he plays, they're like so decent. But the very last segments are completely wrong. Queen a5. Bishop f5 is a normal move. Not a dirty trick. I mean, it's actually the best kind of dirty trick because people don't expect it, and it's a good move anyway. This is like a Lofong, the bishop h3 when someone's fianchettoed, except it's actually good anyways. It seems so, Tony. But our dear friend here has pulled away. He's pulled out of the match. I think so, Beta well. I think so. Okay, Ralph, sure. Monday kick KO. Alright, alright. Jeez, he put together some good games. See you soon, Zeal. Yeah, about time there, Yalta. What the hell? Wow, a Hambo 10 inches. That's it's quite the username there. There's what I believe will be the last game of the NBA Finals tonight. Or certainly what I'm betting on will be the last game. I guess it starts in an hour or so. Is anyone from Denver here? Or Colorado? I know a few people that are gonna be happy if the Nuggets can close out. Hello, Nicola. Nikolai is just checking out the official team list for the World Rapid Teams Championship. Was pleasantly surprised to see your name there. Go, Nicola. That's right, Tim. chessbrah will have a team at the World Rapid Team Tournament. It's very strong. Like, name a top player in the world, they're probably playing the event. Some of them are playing with like their official clubs or repping their countries or whatever. But there are some insanely strong players there, so. Nice to have chessbrah with a team in play. I am starting a new series today. The title's not that way for a reason, but I just thought I'd play a few warm-up games. Oh yeah, the other day, I'll show you after this game. Let's see if we can play a good Blitz game. This is extremely direct. E4, B4. Whose attack is better? Whose attack is faster? I guess he'll say. g4, g5, which is damn scary. Because we can just play e5 like a normal human being here. But against my better judgment, I'll go here. Just think like these moves are pretty killer. Could take this. But it changes the game. Then suddenly we're not attacking. I want to attack, so I'm gonna go here. I mean, this is pretty scary. What's happening here, though? At this point, we're just all in. Nobody can stop the other's attack. Here, there's rook takes b1 and bishop a3, which is a little frightening for him, but he doesn't seem to care. It's also b3. Takes, bishop takes, wins. If he doesn't take, then I'm going after that. I might have to do this, but then maybe bishop there. He can't get his other rook around to help, so. Bishop a4, queen d3 coming. It's just not quite enough. I guess I should play one more game. That's only right. One of those situations where you know you're gonna lose no matter what, but the way that your opponent chooses to win is the most no matter what example like that you could possibly come up with. It's like, oh yeah, I win this game no matter what. No matter what? Yeah. Watch. I'll do all of this and I'll still win. What am I missing here? Here doesn't, I mean, okay. Just take that. Yeah, check, king here. It's not immediate threats. But maybe we can just go back. Maybe it would have been nicer to check and go back. I don't know. It's like obviously tempting to go queen h2 check, but I refrained and very proud of myself for that. I think he has to play this. So he's gonna get to connect his pawns. That much is known for sure. But my position is like, should never be worse type of thing. So just play quickly here. His rook and bishop are tied to that pawn. Not sure why we didn't really expect that. It's kind of an obvious move. These two pieces currently tie him down, so I think he's got to give up that bishop here. Not give it up, but give it up for the knight. I mean, this is an incredible blunder. I mean, this guy, man, he's getting so lucky. That's a bad blunder. The score is 3-0, and honestly, the score deserves to be 3-0. For me. I'm astonished by the quality of my 3 games here. It's a good thing we're trying to do a new series. I think it's actually great timing. Better I play against 200s. E6. It's like, what is this, man? Can't play like this. What he's just done to his knight in the last couple moves is crazy. Crazy. losing the pawn, but obviously this move is gonna happen, no? Nothing is obvious with this guy. Hey, Bullet Mercenary, thanks buddy for the sub. Hello to Mr. BM. Queen e8's like the only try. Maybe Queen b5. Yeah, I don't love Queen b5, honestly, because of this. Knight d5. Knight here, we take. Yeah, I like knight d5. Because you can't move the knight here. Now we just go here. But I'm sure I'll find a way to lose this, so stay tuned. We'll take this, of course, as soon as the rook moves. It's like highway robbery 3-1. Would not surprise me to see him decline this game, because like what he just got away with there, 3 wins, I'm beyond embarrassed. My overall score against him is now around even, which is totally crazy. We just got robbed in plain sight. Robbed for our elo. And he just walked out of court. Completely fine. Pawn, queen. Guess I'll do this. Don't love it. Bishop is quite strong. Probably to the point I need to do this. Okay. If this ever happens, like I said, the b4 square, which is something. Let's put that structure in. Don't really know why we didn't take it. Sure, it would have been nice. Okay, we're gonna have to have this weak pawn on a5. Could have had such an easy game we took on h2. It's like, why the hell not? So what about that? Like takes, but f2 has to be defended, right? You're following as well? Well, it means a lot, you know, when someone is like, this is a channel that I just feel like I gotta subscribe to before I follow. That's important. Thanks, Bullet Mercenary. How are we going to make some inroads here? That doesn't do much at all. C4 rook d8 is forced. Yeah, takes king c4. He has the better position, but I have an outside pass pawn. Like, I mean, he has the better structure because his pawns will get on light squares, but. Ooh. I didn't even stop to think of this, so that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. I knew I wasn't gonna lose. I knew that I wasn't gonna lose because I would always be able to take this pawn at the end. I thought I was gonna lose obviously way before, but once this happened, I knew that at the most I could do was win and the least was draw because pawn's on a dark square and mine aren't, so his bishop's useless, but all right, 2800, I'm just gonna, the best I can do, But no, you know what happened the other night? Hey, Latinum Blonde, kick cinco. Cheers, Latinum. You know what happened the other night? I have more updates. Oh man, these L's are still disgusting. Latinum, take a look at this, right? The other night, I didn't realize, you know, late night, having some drinks, 5 a.m., we played Berber. Berber 555. For those that don't know, we have such an insane score against this guy. 21.5 to 1.5. And basically he resigns like all the games, and I've beaten him a few times, but he resigns immediately. 0 moves, 2 moves, 2 moves, 1 move, right? We remember this guy, salt of the earth, right? And it's all because like one game, sometime I flagged him back in 2019. So it's like he'll resign all his games since then, never wanted to play me again. Then he played me one time in 2022, and I made a YouTube video about it. You know, it's like that toxic relationship. You just can't help but go back to them. And then Resigns, move one, resigns, move one. Here, he probably forgot he was playing me. Resigned again. This is October 2022. Now it's June 2023. June 2023. I was barely conscious during this game. In fact, this might be the main reason that he decided to play. My brain wasn't even here. And I still played him. This time he decided to play all the way through. I'm completely drunk. He hangs material here. I don't even know what happened. And then, of course, we flagged him. And so when he finally decides to play again in June, we beat him again. This guy's gonna go back into hiding now for like another half a year or another year. Oh my god. This poor guy. It's like I haven't lost to him since 2018. It's just been dubs on dubs on dubs. And once in a while, he'll come out and play a real game. But his last real game against me was April 2022. So, quite literally, more than a year later, he played me. And before April 2022, the last game was January 2019. So, I don't know when our next game is going to be, or if our next game is going to be. But you can even see from the timestamp, those that were here on Friday during the kick stream will remember what happened. But like, the fact of the matter is, he would normally probably abort, but I was barely even looking at the screen and still managed to beat him. I mean, it's just insane. This guy is having the worst streak against him. Against me, rather. Worst streak, period. So, the guy's like mega tilted, must be. This is just another dub in the column. Poor guy. Oh man, it's just been rough for him. So, this was what I wanted to update everyone on. We have the Hickey updates. And we have the Berber updates. Now we know exactly what's going on. Thanks again for the 5 subs, Latin and Blonde. Hello to Eviscerated. Goblin. How was the gym today, Gob? Eviscerated, were you in class? Eviscerated was in class. There we go. There we go. I said I had a series that we're gonna start, so I feel we're sufficiently warmed up. We played some awful Blitz. Barely recovered 2800. And I updated you guys on Berber and played some Bullets, so I'd say we're warmed up. So let me switch accounts here. I am gonna start a new series. We're still doing our SlowBrah series, so I'm probably gonna do a few games of that as well. But we are gonna start a new one here, just for the Kick audience. Feels so intimate here. Kick only. Tarek, thanks for the 5 subs as well. Who did we get there? Gora, I see Gory Hole. Got Gory. Tarek with the Kick Cinco. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Exactly, Goblin. That's how I want it to feel. That's how I want it to feel. So, we're starting a new series. Does anyone want to guess what the opening might be? It's not something like the SlowBrah. This is one where we're going to try to play the same opening every time. Really, see if we can dive into it. Any guesses? No, Venus Chess. No, the Mad Physicist. Incorrect there, Chewy. JL Paul's also wrong. No, 6 wicket, not quite. But if you're looking for something on the Rui, We've got some good games in the SlowBrah series on that. They'll be on YouTube probably starting this week, I would say. I might get the first episode out there. Not episode, but first game. So this has actually been something that has been requested quite a bit. And despite it being requested, it's actually not being guessed right now. Alright, just kidding. There will be no series. Looks like you guys were just joking and you didn't want to learn about this after all. Pieces and Pawns, thanks by the way for the $10. I just saw that, the dono. I appreciate it. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the stream elements. Yeah, it is gonna be Josh. It is. Josh Feldman. He was the only guy who truly wanted to learn about this opening. Josh Feldman. Way to go, bud. Either he really wants to learn about it or he completely guessed. The Scillian has truly been asked for a long time. I mean, it's basically the most popular opening in chess, apart from e4, e5. But even still, like, in terms of what interests most people find e4, e5 boring, and like, the Scillian is kind of the #1 weapon, I would say, for someone that wants a double-edged position. Oh, retrodictions. Okay, gotcha. So Benoni versus d4 too. Well, I've been thinking against d4. Usually what I like to do in these series where, you know, I'm only playing one opening, but it only really works against one move, which obviously is e4. Then when people play d4, then I do like to do the exact same thing against that move all the time. It's not going to be the Scillian against d4, of course, but it'll be something, you know? So we can have some fun with it. d4 is not too important. If I'm putting this on YouTube after, like, I just won't include the d4 games because it's not really relevant. So we have, the chat can decide against d4, but we should pick something together so we can do it every time. Against c4, I probably am still gonna play c5. As white, I'm gonna play c4 because you can still get a lot of the Scillian stuff reversed. So as white, I'm gonna play c4 and definitely still aim for the exact same Scillian positions, just colors reversed. I think it'll be, I still think it'll be useful. And against e4, against c4, I think we'll still go for the same setup. The only thing that we can't really do against do the Scillian against is d4, right? Somebody plays d4. So for example, e4, obviously we want to play c5, and the Scillian that we're going to be doing is the Taimanov, which is basically e6, knight c6, but specifically with like queen c7, a6. And that setup you can do against c4 as well. So if white does c4, I'll probably do something very similar. And that's with black. Go for the Scillian there. If d4, we need something else. But as white, we play c4, and a lot of people will play e5, and we'll get the reverse, which will be a lot of fun to play. And if people play c5, still the exact same thing. And you'll notice they can't really play d5 as easily here. They still can play e6 and d5, so not every game will be perfect, but I think for the most part we'll get a lot of e5, which is the reversed, and I think that'll be fun. But the one thing we don't really know, not that we don't know, but we should choose something that you guys think might be interesting, is against d4. Because there, I'm not going to bother trying to play a Scillian. It's just silly, it won't work. No point in doing it. So although Stonewall would be fun, Ralph, I think we should try something that we haven't done yet, that you guys have not seen on YouTube before. So what are some openings against d4 that we could play every single time that you guys have not seen on YouTube, at least from me? Slav, semi-Slav, Dutch, Nimzo. Oh, F6 from Tim. Yeah, great, Tim. Appreciate that. Great idea. Yeah, we'll just play the old Carol Khan on the king side. Nothing wrong with that opening at all. Yeah, F5 is certainly interesting. I like the F5 suggestion. I like the Nimzo suggestion. The only thing about the Nimzo that's like always a little bit annoying is, of course, if you play knight F6, you're actually not guaranteed to play the Nimzo. Like, there's so many things that need to happen before you play the Nimzo. It's like they have to play this and they have to play that. To me, those two are not guaranteed at all. So I don't love the Nimzo as much because it looks harder to achieve. There'll be a ton of like knight f3, London, like whatever. So probably not gonna do Nimzo for that reason. But the Dutch is like, you get the Dutch as soon as you play f5, it's the Dutch. So I like that. And then the other one, of course, is like just Queen's Gambit. You can play Slav, semi-Slav, and that one you can also get right away. So if it was between the Queen's Gambit and the Dutch, what do you guys think? One thing I'll say is the Dutch does seem like it fits because it's kind of like the reversed Sicilian. So the Dutch kind of does seem in line. How do you guys feel about those two openings? Which one do we like? Wow, big Dutch votes coming in at the end. Stop the count. Stop the count. I think we can go with the Dutch. Doesn't mean we'll never see those other openings that we just talked about ever again. Sure we will, but we can go with the Dutch. Nice thing about the Dutch, as I said, is it really does fit the theme of like being the reverse of the Sicilian. So I like that aspect of it a lot. All right, it's been decided as a group. Thank you, everyone. Decided that as a group, a great effort. Don't you feel like your voice is being heard? You know, over on Twitch, we would always ask the chat what they wanted to do, and what would I do? I would just do what I wanted to do anyway. But here on Kick, in this inclusive community, we really take and really value your opinions. We make sure to take it into account and go with what the people want. Thank you, Ralph. That's certainly our goal. Certainly our goal. All right, let's switch up the music here for a sec. The set's coming to an end. We need fresh new set. And so I'm going to go, in honor of the Sicilian, I'm going to go for a set from Italy. This is Joseph Capriati in Italy. Exactly, Mike. Super wholesome vibes here. All right. So, as you can see, I have a it is Zeal. Yeah, that's the one. Taimanov is an opening that I've definitely played a bunch. So I'm gonna try to make some sense of it here for you guys. As you can see, I've reset the rating to 400 here. I'm always wrestling with like, should I reset it to 400? Are the games like super boring and do they just feel like crushes? But ultimately, I just made the decision, at least lately with my series, that there are a lot of people that are at like 400, 500, 600 elo. Whether or not they choose to identify themselves in chat, they're there. They're out there in the world. They exist. And I think the rest of us can maybe learn a few things here and there from these games, even if they seem simple or blunder ridden. Or if there's nothing to learn, we can enjoy ourselves. But I think you'll find these games all have a little bit to offer as we go over the system and like exactly where the pieces go. I wanted to get as many games as possible so you see the repetition. You see, like, no matter what rating we're playing against, the pieces go to the same places, and you get familiar with the structure, piece placement, what kind of trades we go for. So the more games there, the better, I think. All right. So we're gonna start here. I do like a little bit of a faster time control. I've been doing 5-minute games for a lot of my series, but I'm gonna try 3-minute time control for this one. See how it goes. 3 minutes. Let's get our very first game in here, guys. Thanks for joining me. We're at 400, and of course, we have a very super secret username that no one will be able to identify. No one will know the meaning of this username. And that's why it's been specifically selected here to fool everyone. All right? I understand if you're still in the dark about this one. It'll make sense at the end of the series. I'll do a big reveal at the end about what the username means and where my inspiration came. But for now, I ain't revealing nothing. All right, good luck, guys. Going to start our speed run here. I'm gonna take the white pieces and hit them with c4, which is just me trying to go for the reverse. I'll keep the setup in mind here. Even though obviously we're not seeing a perfect mirroring, I'm still gonna go with what I would normally do. So far so good. This guy's defended. You want to open up this bishop very, very early. And this bishop, I mean sometimes, and I mean sometimes, it gets developed here. But truly, you know, for the most part, it just goes to b2. So we're going to keep that same energy here. Bishop on b2. This bishop usually goes to e2. Knights like that. Of course, there are some adjustments you can make, but I'll do this for now. Not trying to get too complicated in our very first game here. Castle. This bishop is a little far. I mean, I would say bishop g7 makes more sense, but 359, hasn't lost a piece yet. Let's go. I mean, hasn't developed a piece past here, but still, it's a good sign. I'm gonna play h3. Nice little prep move. All right, we finally see some action. d5. Now, in the Scillian, you pretty much take every single time you see the move d5. That's just how it works. In this particular position, I'm not 100% sure that's what I'm gonna do. But when I say Scillian, I mean positions where, you know, c4 e5 has been played or e4 c5. So then anytime you see this move, I would be taking immediately. But right now, I think there's enough going on in a weird way with Black's position that I'm gonna play knight d4 here, look to take on e6, and if he takes on c4, then I'll take back with the bishop. But he doesn't have g4 because of the pawn, he doesn't have f5 because of the knight, so if I'm able to get the two bishops, that'll certainly be nice for my position, I think. Yeah, rooks want to reach squares like this, either rook e1 or rook d1, rook c1 meanwhile. This rook almost always goes to c1. For black, it would be rook c8. That's very standard. And we've actually got a really comfortable position, I would say. Bishop takes e6 is a move. Rook to c1, wait and see what he does. Knight d5 would not be bad at all to sort of plug the diagonal. It's really having to think here. Think that's the move, but yeah, knight e5 drops the pawn. This bishop is really not doing much. And the thing that I like that we've maintained in our position is we've always had the bishop open. So we're not in a rush to like play d3 or certainly not to move our f pawn. He's only got 25 seconds left. I think he played a pretty solid game, but to be honest, none of his pieces really stepped past the 5th rank, and the opening that I happened to choose was one where I did not take the center. Notice how I didn't put a single pawn in the center of the board this game. You're wondering maybe why a 350 can survive so long. It's honestly because of that. Now, not to take anything away from him, I thought he played really well, especially for 350, but the fact of the matter is, if you're not putting your pawns in the center, for the most part, no matter what your opponent's rating is, like they can survive. That's why taking the center is so important. And it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. So no big blunders by Fred Reedy here. We also didn't see a very standard Scillian. Right, a little bit of a weird bishop move, another weird bishop move. No big blunders by black. Yeah, just resigned in this position. In fact, the weird thing is, if you look at the game review, then I think the strange thing is like, so my opponent's game review is actually 67% accuracy. 67, right? And I don't think he played a bad game at all. But this is why I constantly mention, if you play like a long game where you blunder everything at the start and you just keep playing, go till mate, you'll actually get a higher accuracy than someone like this who pretty much didn't commit any serious mistakes the entire game, but the game's only 14 moves long. So, you know, 5 blunders over 35 moves, or 1 inaccuracy, 2 inaccuracies over 14 moves. It's actually somehow it's gonna like punish you harder for the latter result. Just because there's not a lot of moves there, so they're like, okay, you can't be making mistakes, there's only 14 moves. All right, so we're gonna go to our next game. Didn't really get too far into the setup, but we also didn't get the black pieces yet, so not gonna jump to any conclusions, but as best we can with white, we're gonna be playing c4 and hoping to get the reverse Sicilian, which is basically the English. I'm not sure he's here. I'm not sure he's here. Ghost mind. I should check my like settings. Why does it feel like, I just want to make sure, right? Yeah, and it looks like it's any rating. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like set to me playing only people lower than me. It wouldn't make sense, but I just had to double check for a sec. Because I'm getting like a 350, I'm getting 200. I was like, what the hell's going on here? But it looks like that's not the case. So we still have hope to get our first game with the black pieces. Hello to JBell 2023. Yes, sir, starting a new series. Hope to get this one done in the month here. We're doing 3-minute games. We're playing the Taimanov, as the username will indicate. But we haven't even had a game with the black pieces yet, so hopefully we get one here and I can show you guys what this opening's really all about. All right, this is the Taimanov series where we never play the Taimanov. Maybe an e5, friendly move. Sorry, what am I saying? This is the Taimanov series where we don't play anyone at all. This is the Taimanov series where we don't play. Okay, gonna try one more time. All right, e3. He didn't quite get there with e4. I'll still play c5. He didn't quite make it there. Little mouse slip. Still gonna put my pieces in a very similar way. Knight there. Okay. Very tempted to play this, but I'm actually going. I think after the move knight e5. I mean, my mind is racing. How many different things can I do to kick this knight out? I'm gonna choose a move that is part of our setup, so it's not even a bad move to do. A6, which I like to do really early. We want to play d6 to boot the knight out. Maybe I would normally forego that move, but no sense in leaving him with a knight there, right in our face. Knight out. As we know, b5 is a huge part of our plan to put our bishop here. We looked at this setup, obviously with colors reversed, but you should be able to identify that, you know, after a move like that, absolutely no hesitation, b5. No hesitation. We know we want to do this move. I just said we want to do it anyway, so if we hit the knight, why the heck not? After you play b5, it's definitely going to be a good move to put the bishop there after. Knight c3. Well, I hope you guys can see what I see. That does walk into a fork. But for the most part, we stuck to the principles here. Let's take that. And the worst part about this position for him is I think he's going to lose more material. Because there's still knights hanging. There's also g2 hanging. And it's tough to keep everything defended here. Yep, knight takes there. Good move, I'll take back. knight c4, and the bishop's being hit, so I actually can't really take this pawn, or at least I don't want to. But we can save this guy. I'll just put it back on a normal square. Knight f6. I mean, maybe if white castles, we could just mate. Oh, that's that. There we go. Castling's important. Isn't that what they said? They always teach you castling is so important. You always gotta get castled. Oh, it would have been nice for us there. I'm gonna take this and hit the rook. This diagonal in the Taimanov is often the strongest one, and we're going to be throwing our bishop in to h4, and our opponent is checkmated in a mere 15 moves. It must be because of this fantastic opening, which we are definitely using to get these wins. Nothing except the opening can be credited here. Of course. I feel like we still haven't really seen what it has to offer. You know, we still haven't got that e4 c5, but we'll get there in time. For the moment, at least appreciate some of the smaller details, like the fact that the pawn needs to reach a6, usually pretty early, right? When a knight comes to c3, we want to have it totally restricted. d6, I don't like to play too early, but if there's a knight in my face, then sure. And then for the most part, b5, bishop b7, knights out to normal squares, and bishop e7 and castle. Hello, chicken pants. What's up, Mr. CP? Hey, Bones TV. Punjabi Munda 9. Alright, thank you for the high class compliment. Let's go for another game here. Not gonna slow down for no one. Alright. White pieces, we're gonna go with c4, and even though we get the symmetrical, we can still go for these types of moves. Oh, we actually get this as well, so I think this kind of works out. We can go a3, we can also go queen here. It's important not to be too worried about knight b4 just yet, because our queen moves, and then we play a3, and we want to play a3 anyways, so we're not going to lose any time there. But in general, a3 and e3 both really important to control where the knight wants to go. That's key. So this is actually a really weird looking move, but the more I look at it, the more I think to myself, wait a minute. He actually has an idea. Bishop to f5. And like, normally I wouldn't say bishop f5 is anything at all, but that actually looks like a legitimate move here, which is interesting. Looks like it's part of his plan, so go my opponent and knight h6. All right, we've been attacked. I will play this this move, d3, bishop e2, castle. That's what we want to do. Not gonna make things too complicated here. Castle, and of course we want to put the bishop here. We don't want to play e4 and put the bishop here. So because b4 is kind of a nice idea, I think I have these two moves which help it out. Knight d5 and rook b1. Alt, you know, the knight guards b4 from d5, the rook helps from d1, so I like both of those ideas. Knight d5 for the moment looks to be a nice option because it also hits the bishop. We can play b3, and if my opponent's stubborn and plays something like a5, I will probably just play b3, that's okay. But I want to establish my bishop here. Ooh. This looks like a situation where I'm almost wondering, is it possible to play b4 anyway? I hang my rook. you know, bishop b2, there's b5 in the air. I think it's possible, to be quite honest with you, but for the moment I will temper myself and play a little bit slower. There's bishop here, but I'm gonna go with rook to b1. b4 is kind of unstoppable here. b4, bishop there. Of course h3 is always a move to consider, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Other things to do. Oh, that's a mistake. b4 I was gonna play, but if you're offering me free bishop, I'm gonna take it. Okay, b4 to help our bishop. Let's keep it simple. You're gonna offer me a queen trade, I'm gonna take it. Let's retreat our knight. Brings the bishop in, but I'm not actually sure that that helps because that's not an option. So kind of have to go right back where you came from, but then my knight is going to win this material. Good game. It's a bit of a, I mean, look, if we were actually playing a reverse Scillian, that pawn would be there. And with that pawn there, our plan should be a little more obvious to you guys. We get to play b4 easily without that c pawn. Our bishop goes there, knight, bishop, pawn, castle, and that's pretty much our setup. The one move that I'm not in a rush to play is this one. So you're only really going to see me play this if I need to, or if it gets to the middle game and, you know, everything else has been developed. But I won't do this for no reason. Here, I did it because my queen was attacked, right? I'm not going to see bishop f5 and move my queen instead of playing d3, but I'm not in a rush to play d3 ahead of moves like this. None of those. So d3 is not more important than that. Hey, what's up, the Super Saiyan? Go Vanamaya. Go me. Let's continue. I'm really hoping we get to see an e4 c5 game. All right, we do see the most popular move. Here goes our Scillian, c5. Super common is to see the move bishop c4 at some point against the Scillian. When you're at 400, 500, 600 elo, and we will see it here. When I see this move, yes, I can already tell you there's a reason why I'm going over the Taimanov Scillian of all Scillians, because I think it is such a strong one against this. Like, this is, right? People love to go for these bishop c4, like queen f3. It stops all that nonsense. So I think that's kind of nice. b5, and it's important to play e6 and a6. So you take these two squares from the bishop. If that pawn was back here, not only would mate be possible, but bishop d5 as well. And as you can see here, we're already going to win a piece. This is going to happen a lot. It's going to happen a lot. People are going to play bishop here against your Scillian, and they're going to play bishop like they're just going to blunder a piece. It's going to happen more than you think. And if you're lucky, like me, it might even blunder two pieces. They might do that for you. If you're really lucky like me, you might get two. All right, bishop wants to go back. Of course, we're gonna take that piece. Two? No. If you're like me, guys, you'll make sure to win three pieces. Surely you'll win three of them, right? You won't stop at just one or two. You'll take three of them. You'll stop at nothing until you're satisfied that you've taught him a lesson not to play bishop c4 against the damn Scillian. All right, I'm gonna take here now. We're up a lot of material, and I haven't moved anything yet. I've just moved pawns and my queen. Like, I'm getting worked out here. All right, there's a good move. There's a good move. My pawn's hit. I mean, hey, I'll take it. Let's go, baby. But I promise you, after this, it really is time to rein in my addiction and focus on developing. I promise. After this, I solemnly swear, we're going to go back and develop our pieces the way they should be. But hey, our structure is exactly how it would be in a timeout. Okay, the pawn on a2 is not usually there, I'm not gonna lie. But our bishop, our knight, our bishop, these moves are all exactly as they would be. All right, c4. It's always like a little bit weird to play these positions because you're up so much material that of course the position is going to be played a little bit differently than if you were just playing a normal game. So yeah, I mean, I am going to play bishop b4 because it just gains time on the knight. But in a normal game, I would probably just play bishop e7. Again, would I normally take e4? Probably not. But now the move knight f6 is completely safe next turn. If I did it there, I think I would have had to face e5. Knight e5, I'm gonna get developed here. And next move might be knight c6 if he lets me. Bishop back. Ooh, that's a fancy move there. A little f3, make some space for the rook type of stuff. Okay, I can respect that. I can respect it. I have a little queen e3 move I probably want to play here. Knight to, let's go here. Knight to c6 is always available, but I think the real issue is that this pawn is going to disappear, and then the knight becomes a little awkward. Oh, that's a good move as well. Holy smokes, we really come alive here with these rooks. My goodness. I'm gonna have to do this. I'm just gonna have to. Oh, no, not this. Oh, why'd you go and do that? Hey. Backwards knight moves. Hey, you're supposed to see those. I would make the end of the game competitive here. I would have walked into it. Okay. Well, this isn't the best representation. Look, all right? This isn't what you're gonna model your games after. But what did I say at the start of this game? I said something that absolutely came true. Low-rated players love this opening. They love playing e4, bishop c4. It's because against e5, they probably play the Italian, and because they're playing low-rated players, they probably all try to do like Scholar's Mate in some way, you know? Some way, shape, or form, they want the bishop there because they know about the f7 square being weak. But your Sicilian setup, if you're following this series, will be amazing. It'll be perfect against that. You'll literally never get mated on f7. It's impossible with this pawn here. And as long as you play a6 and e6 in the opening, b5 to get your bishop out is all good moves for you. And if you happen to win a piece with c4, if they make a mistake and go there, then that's great. Then there's, you know, there's free pieces in your future. Yes, Super Saiyan, the Taimanov and the Paulson are pretty much the same. I think basically it involves a different move order with how you get there, but yeah, it's pretty much the exact same. I think there's a difference between black playing e6 on move 2 and knight c6 on move 2. And yeah, I think e6 is more flexible, so I like this move. This will be the one that we're going to be going over in this series. Knight c6, though, you could end up in the Taimanov, you know, just as easily by playing e6, but I really prefer e6 on move 2, so that's the one we're going to be doing. Did you guys know this was called the brick variation? This is called the Sicilian defense brick variation. Like, do you have to be hit in the head with one in order to play it, or? That's what I'm wondering. The brick variation. Never heard of it, honestly. It's new to me. It's your new favorite opening, Mike? Buddy, you're supposed to be watching this series to learn the openings that I'm playing, not the openings that my opponents are playing. You got the wrong idea, man. You've got to be bricked up to play it. The Michael Porter Jr. variation. You learn all your moves from 400s. I don't even want to ask what your rating is. Next game. I'm calling next game. This guy's name is Bishop. Hey, Bob. All right, against Knight there, I'll still go C5 because our setup will still be good here. And yeah, usually you encourage people to play E4. So this is good. I'm going to stick with very similar stuff to what we've been talking about so far. Knight C6, Queen C7. And actually, even though he played D3 here, the fact that he played D4 means after this, we are effectively playing the Taimanov. So there we go. We're gonna have an extra move here though. So whatever you see, just know that it's it's one extra move better than usual. All right, Knight to C3. So quite literally, White should have this position and it be their move. But because of what happened, D3, D4, that's not the case. So I'm gonna go ahead and just play B5. Pretty much the main idea of the opening. If they had taken my knight, like before my queen went there, because sometimes that's possible, then, you know, I would almost always take with the B pawn. Once I play B5, if they take my knight, my plan is to always take with the queen, just to clear that up. Okay, after B5, no surprise, Bishop B7 is going to be my move. What did I say about this rook? If it's white, it wants to go there. If it's black, it wants to go here. So rook always goes to C8. Notice how I'm prioritizing my queen side heavily here. So I haven't even touched anything over here, right? We talk about how it's like we want to get developed, we want to get castled. That's not necessarily like a massive priority. Massive priority in the Taimanov is to develop your queen side. However, if I see nonsense moves like this, guess what? I am gonna play knight f6. I mean, not gonna say no to that, right? I mean, that's just a good move. I see queen there. Like, am I really gonna say no to that? No, that's where my bishop wants to be. Again, I don't really see a problem with that. And already we can see that simply because of this nonsense queen maneuver, he's now lost a full piece in the center. Somehow the knight was defended by a queen and a bishop, and in just 3 moves, White took away all the every possible defender of that piece and said, you know what, see ya. Goodbye. Knight's being hit. Knight c2, king d2. I can retreat my knight to d4. And although my knight kind of looks trapped in there, I think king e2, we can maybe play knight takes a3 as well. Okay, does go there, surprise, surprise. Let's bring the knight back to d4. Again, e5 is covered. This move is always just gonna be silly because we take back and we hit the queen. Oh, and he's not even looking. His eyes aren't even looking in that direction. Ouch. I'm happy we had this game though, because you guys really got to see, even though we were a move ahead, you really got to see what it looks like against a mainline open Scillian, right? Queen on c7, b5, bishop there, and if this move hadn't been played and it was like bishop e2, then I would have played probably rook c8. All queenside moves at the start. The sack is nothing. Our bishop's covering d6. Don't worry about that. If they take with the queen. Even when the bishop's here, take with the queen. Make that battery. Don't be taking with the bishop. Don't be taking with the pawn. Take the knight back with your queen. Rook over. And then we can start getting these other moves in. Knight f6, bishop e7. But we'll get to those. They don't always go there. That's the most common, but we'll get to those. Let's focus on how to develop our queen side and get that early b5 in. That's a good place to start. All right, next one. All right, Scillian, we know what we're gonna do. Move to e6, that's what we're gonna start with. d4, great. So this is exactly what the Taimanov is gonna look like. Don't play a6 right away, as tempting as it is. That's not the Taimanov. This is the Taimanov, starting with the knight. All right. The move c3 is kind of iffy. It's not a great move, honestly. So our next move in the Taimanov is queen c7. I mentioned before, don't be so stressed about knight b5 because your queen moves back, the knight can't go anywhere, and you kick the knight out with a6 next. And remember, you want to play a6, so that would be useful for you. But regardless, after you bring your queen there, your next move is a6 anyway, so it might end up just transposing, but good habit is usually to play queen and then pawn. My opponents these days are just giving me extra moves for no reason. I'm like, what did I do to deserve this, right? I'm getting the priority treatment here. So c4 is already a little unorthodox for a Scillian, I would say. As you can see, I can't play the move b5. So honestly, I am gonna have to adjust things a little bit here from what I might normally play. But honestly, I'm kind of wondering if just knight f6 is the... I'll just do this. This is a nice simple one. I assume knight c3. What else? Oops. Well, that's a free pawn. Always take a free center pawn, especially in this opening. I mean, the e pawn is super valuable. Now he goes knight there, which is probably not the best move. I'll take. Now we got some weak pawns there. Just gonna keep my bishop development nice and chill, nice and simple. Of course, we want to castle. Yeah, I think my opponent wants to do this. Once again, I'm not usually a fan of like playing d6, but in the event of, let's say, a move like this, yeah, I'm a little more interested, you know, in playing d6. As it stands here, it just so happens that my opponent is kind of like double pawns, down a pawn in the center, way behind in development, all that stuff. He's not even castled. So I think I can get away with the move e5. But let me tell you something. After the move e5, you better be damn sure that knight f5 doesn't work. Because if it does, you are going to regret playing e5. e5 is a categorically weakening move to your position, and you never ever want to play it unless it's for sure going to net you something like good. Queen here, there's bishop to f3, which I'm not too psyched about, so I'm just going to play pawn takes. Nice and easy. Get my bishop developed. You know, we got rook sliding over to d8 as well. Let's go here. But e5 is a risky move in the sense that if it doesn't happen the way that it just did in the game where they have to take you, then e5 is like a serious weakness. It should be avoided. All right, rook there. I suppose we could just trade everything. We can also get an escape square ourselves here just to sort of get ready for the endgame. The one thing I like about my position is that the king can't really castle in either direction. And we have that one extra pawn, it's right there. Kind of feels better than that though, because my opponent's got this weak set of pawns there. Ooh, okay. It's a bit of a weird one, g4, but you can see what white's doing though, right? Like it, you know, does make sense in that sense. Maybe bishop h4. Rook to d8. I think rook d8's the move. Let's bring the rook to the open file. I am having this premonition that this bishop is just gonna drop, so I'm a little scared on his behalf here. But think we can get the queen in and just maybe pick up a bunch of pawns here. I know his bishop is a little weird, but he wasn't really in trouble the whole game, and oh man, it's just a privilege to play against a dark square bishop. Like when you're against one bishop, oh man, you can just do all your work on the opposite color square and there's really nothing that can be done to stop you, type of thing. Ooh, I don't even know if that is the best way to do things for him, because now I think the position technically becomes even easier to pre-move. Let's just go take this. It's actually a remarkably unique position that I think maybe everyone would stalemate. The reason I say that it's unique is because when you have the when you have this pre-moving technique, you always stutter step if this queen is like that. But you never need to stutter step when your queen is closer to the king. That will always be checkmate. The one and literal only exception to that rule is on the board in front of you, and it is if you happen to be putting the king in a corner. So even though your queen is closer to the king, if you happen to end up here, the king just doesn't have any more squares to go. So it's a really unique checkmating case, actually. But it once again reaffirms the rule that always stutter step and you will never stalemate. Quite literally. Stutter step OP. Okay, so our opponents are kind of wasting time in the openings with stutter steps of their own. But for the most part, I think you're seeing how Black's setup wants to be. It's just that people are blundering things, so of course I'm going to take them. But these are our setups, you know? Pawn first, e6 second, knight to c6 third. The queen is there in the fourth move. Of course, whenever they play d4, we take it. That's just the rule. And we do need to get our pawn up to a6, but usually happens after the queen moves. So again, most of these positions and almost all of them, you know, if we saw stuff like, and this would be like the main line. Almost all of these positions, if the knight takes here when the pawn's on b7, we play pawn takes. But if the knight takes here when the pawn is on b5, then we play queen takes. There are nuances and maybe some exceptions to that, but I think that's a strong enough rule to apply to almost every single scenario, and you won't be making a serious mistake if you just follow those two rules for recapturing the knight. Like obviously here, you would recapture like that. And here you would recapture like that. Here you'd recapture like that. But on the next move, you'd recapture like that, basically. And even if your bishop was here, you'd still recapture like that. Doesn't matter. And you'd almost never play d takes. Almost never. It's like, I think it takes some stronger understanding to know when you're supposed to do that. So for the most part, sticking to queen takes or b takes is gonna be nice and simple, nice and easy. Well, Zeal, basically what I just said was, if you do what I just said, you won't ever be making a serious mistake. And because I'm at 400 elo, it's like I'm more interested in not seeing people make mistakes. So if the knight takes here, you could always make an argument. Oh, well, what about queen takes? And then we get this position, and that's kind of the same. It's like, maybe you're right sometimes. Sometimes not, but maybe you're right sometimes. However, if black played b takes, maybe it's not as good as queen takes sometimes, but b takes will never be bad. Like, it'll always be okay. So it's safer for someone who's not too sure about the rules to just always take with the b pawn if they can. And if they can't, then I'll always take with the queen. And then you'll never really go wrong. But, you know, you can just think of some situations where you take with the queen, opponent plays like a4 or something and kind of throws you off because you can't exactly get b5. So I think instead of dealing with exceptions at 400 elo, it's like, let's keep it simple. Take with the damn b pawn if you can. If you can't, take with the queen. Nice and easy. As we play many ratings up from here, you'll see maybe some instances where I deviate from that, or where you yourself might think, hey, what if I did a different move? But for now, I think that makes the most sense. It's called the Taimanov Bible, Super Saiyan. It's by some Serbian GMs, and as Zeal pointed out, one of them is Perunovic, not our very own Mr. Mayo, but a different one. Hello, Tommy. All right, let's go for another game. Tommy's here, so we have to be on our best behavior. Okay. Going c4 with white because, again, if we can get this reverse Taimanov, then I think it's very good practice. e3. a3, so this should be very familiar. Literally a reverse of what we just did. And okay, after knight takes, here I have a great option of queen takes or pawn takes. If queen takes, we get to play b4 next. Bishop there, like, I think it makes a lot of sense, but I'm going to show you what these positions look like when you play pawn takes, because they're fine as well, but you do need to know how to play them. And I would say the most important part is to play d4 as like your very next move. Like that that needs to happen ASAP. They take, we're almost always going to take back with the c pawn. Bishop here, I think bishop to d3 is more than fine here, but I would also be tempted into maybe moving the queen again, just because queen b7 looks looks a little annoying. Let's keep it very basic. Bishop here. Notice, you know, this a3 square being covered is actually really nice. So our a pawn is actually doing something. Knight f3, castle. Okay, he's castling as well. Before I go bishop b2, I'm definitely going to throw this move in there. Now queen b5, or I was about to say even worse, queen takes a6. If he blunders it, is going to happen. I was going to do this move anyway, maybe, so I'm not sure that helped him out very much. And now my opponent's on the run. He's probably going to get hunted down here. Queen takes b7, king d7 is not so clear. Not so clear. So I think we need a follow-up move, and it's king b7, rook b6. Now, if the knight moves, I'm thinking more about stuff like knight e5. And if the knight doesn't move, well, I might take it anyway. Like queen d6 is thinking of just taking it. Knight a5, I think there's a choice here between these moves. Okay. Queen d5 looks fine here. Knight e5, king e8, and I do have technically a double attack to worry about, so I'm gonna go here for the moment. King e8. I suppose check. Rook there, rook b8. Queen here, probably the best move. If c6, I take. Again, I think this is most likely the best move. I'll give one more check. Lots of checks. A check for everybody. Let's just keep checking until he makes, like, we need all the blunders. Just blunder this, then blunder that, then blunder this. It's not gonna happen. Go figure. Go figure. So this knight is actually trapped, which is why I played this move knight e5 to take those squares. So a little uncomfortable. Rook a8, and then bishop d2 would trap the knight. We can take this mainly because the resulting position is fairly easy to navigate. Let's check. Take, and I think we'll use our rook to cut off the king. There we go. Good game. I thought this was another pretty good expose. We got our exact setup, colors reversed, and after takes, I just think your general plan is takes, d4, always take with the c pawn, knight here, bishop here, castle, and then maybe bishop b2 or maybe rook b1 later. And if people throw in moves that deviate a little bit, like, okay, your queen gets attacked, then we can throw in bishop d3. But if black didn't do that, I wouldn't have changed from my plan. I would have just played knight here, bishop there, castle. Pretty simple. So if they take your knight before you play b4, the positions that you get will often look like that, honestly. Just d4 and c takes d4. So hopefully at least you know what position you're expecting now if they ever take here. We're not taking with this. We can take with the queen, but as I said, I think it's a good rule to follow to always just take with the b pawn if you can. Thank you, Eviscerated. 20 kick subs. Oh, Eviscerated. Thank you, buddy. Eviscerated was a gymmer today. Have you been hanging out in here since the gym there, Eviscerated? Because I tell you one thing. Eviscerated has been putting in the hours today. Chessbrah gym, hanging out for the new series. Like, that boy's learning tonight. That's a lot to take in. Thank you for the 20 subs. I see some familiar names in there as well. RPM, Salty Clown. Like, are these not all very familiar names? Look at these guys. Lethbridge Chess, Salty, Ryan. And I think some of these guys are even subbed. I've been wondering how it works on Kick. Are these guys just stockpiling subs? You know what I mean? For like the future? Have they just got subs ready for like next month or something? How does that work? Because I swear they're already subbed. Those are like account names I recognize. You can, because I know Big Dill got gifted like 2 subs at once. The lads are all getting subs. Eviscerated is getting a sub from Boris. I mean, look, understandable. Boris, I think you picked a good one. What can I say? We support the supporters, and the supporters support us. Thanks a lot, Boris, and really appreciate the 20 subs, Eviscerated. Glad you've been enjoying, but let's not delay. Eviscerated is here to learn. I hope at least there's a few other notepads out and that this opening is making a little sense as we've only just got underway here. We are at 450, but let's see if we can get up close to 500 here, and I'll start with C4 as we have been doing. Getting this kind of reverse setup. Since I have the white pieces, I'm starting with the knight, but it would be a good habit for me to maybe play E3 on move 2, just because when we play with the black pieces, E6 is our second move, not the knight. So maybe that would help you guys remember a little bit. Solid moves. We're gonna play A3 next. And yeah, when people don't play D5, of course, we don't have the exact same style position. We don't have the same structure. Like, we have the pawn still on the board, but it doesn't really change the way our pieces develop. For the most part, we still play B4, still play bishop B2, right? All that same stuff. A very common thing that we've seen almost in every game now, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but it's been bishop F5. Like, opponents will go out of their way to attack that queen. It is that bothersome. It is clearly throwing people off. All right, well, it's been doing so much work that E4 has just been played. So E4, especially because of our last move, looks a little bit weird. There's things like taking on E4 and also knight to D5 that I would be a little concerned about. Both of those moves look bothersome. So those are the ones that I'm looking at. Knight D5 and somebody taking on E4. I think knight D5 is good. D4 is, it's okay, but I would say it's not really in the style of the opening. And here I can definitely take on H8. It is a little bit of a question, you know, like do we want to do that? And to be quite honest with you, like I do think it's safer to take here, so I'm just gonna make a simple move, recapture. But if this was like a rapid game, I think I would give more thought to that move. But since it's not, I think we just play the simple recapture on D5. We know we're gonna be a lot better here. We're up now a pawn, and that pawn that we're ahead is actually going to turn into a piece as well. It's still a little tricky. You know, we got some things being hit. I also want to make sure I'm still defending this. We're not messing, like we move away or something. Queen takes C4 is actually quite annoying, so. Queen D3. But at the end of the day, calculation still works. And white is now up a full rook, which is pretty significant. A6 comes with a bit of a deadly threat there. Bishop B5. He's a tricky little guy, isn't he? Let's go queen up. I would like to play bishop here when he castles. And knight F3 will absolutely be my next move when I get a chance. The nice thing about this is after queen D7, queen A7, queen A8 is very hard to stop. Queen G4, still mate. Queen E8 would be the best, but still losing a lot of material. This is checkmate. GG. That game got a little bit out of hand, but you know, if the tactics work, you do kind of have to go for them, have to trust them a little bit, right? Yeah, E4 was a little much here, I would say, but it was definitely the case that I think I could have done just pawn takes on E4 and it would have been nice and simple. However, I saw knight D5 and I was like, you know, this is pretty nice. This move is too much, way too much, I think. But this is the right idea, and knight E5, there's this, followed by F4, and white ends up just much better here. But the point is, black cannot do this with that rook situation, which is why the setup that we had was just so nice. So what should black have done? Probably bishop here, right? Almost for sure. And then what would I have done? I think knight F3 would be okay. I still think the move E5 or E4 is a little rough because knight D5, like there's still hanging pieces. So I think I would probably feel confident playing this. And after castle, yeah, maybe either bishop E2 or H3, because E4 really wants to happen from the opponent. It's not much you can do about that, but let's say even if it does, like even if it does to a point where somehow it's working, knight takes E4, there's usually knight E5, just so we know. Even if worst case scenario this happens, even this is not that bad. Queen B3 or queen C1, castle, yeah, we'll trade. This is still completely fine for white, and the rooks come to the middle. So this is like as bad as it could get, and it's not even really that bad. But yeah, black's not even going to achieve this because there's knight D5. But yeah, you'll notice I don't play this move unless I have to. But lately I've had to. Everyone seems to like bothering the queen with bishop F5. Okay, let's go for another one here. Okay, we got the black pieces. Holy smokes, the pre-moves are coming out here. Well, we know we like this, and after the bishop comes there, I've talked about this a few times, important to just hit him with A6 first. There might be some, you know, D5 moves you're thinking about doing. They're not bad, they are good moves, but I think just stick to the setup. Also in the setup, they play D4. Now, yes, we absolutely want to take this, but there's something that's technically possible for us to do here that isn't normally available, and it's just we can play the move B5 first. It's a little unusual, but it just stops him from going there, and it does force him to go back that way. Pretty much every single time I would say pawn takes on D4, of course, but if I can play this and not allow bishop B3, I don't know, may as well. Bishop G5 has been played. Even though I don't love it, guess what? F6 wins a piece here, no matter how you cut it. It's like, boy, this is gonna be one of the uglier pieces that I win, but it is gonna be a piece. It's like, you know, it's not my finest opening, but hey, a free piece is a free piece. So I didn't just get I didn't just get one piece. I got two free pieces? You're joking me. My lucky day. 2 free pieces. Jeez Louise. I should say thank you. Knight E5, a little bit of a threat there with Queen H5, so let's go ahead and stop that. Again, pawn takes is always silly because it just trades queens. No point in doing that if you're white. good move, tricky move. I think we'll just take here to start, and maybe bishop out and castle. Technically, after taking, we could even do queen takes. Ooh, that's a lot of free stuff for me so far. I gotta say thank you very much. Yeah, that's just gonna be resignation. I mean, it's just so much material. Now it's 3 pieces and only... It's looking like it's only gonna be more. Okay, look. I mean, taking is great. It's a fine move. But I think at this point, because we can play b5, I think we should. If you had played this move, there's not a problem at all with that. You know, and then you wanted to play knight c6, and then you wanted to play queen c7, that's fine, right? You'd be doing just fine there. If people play the Scillian the way they should, and they play the open Scillian, then we bring the knight first, then the queen, then the pawn. Knight, queen, pawn. But if people play like this ridiculous bishop move that I see all the time, I don't want the knight, I don't want the queen, I just want to start with pawns because we can really do some damage with this early b5. So many times you're gonna see that you win a piece there. So I think it's definitely worth it to include. If white had been playing the good moves here, maybe they would go back. Then I would take. And here I would probably consider like queen c7. And notice how I wouldn't bring my knight out. And that's because I don't want to take with the pawn. We've talked about that. So I would go here and then probably bishop here, knight here in some order. Take with the queen on c6, and then we have our setup once again with the timeout off. So everything will kind of transpose, you know, now that you kind of know where the pieces go, it's your job to make sure they end up there. Thanks for the follow there, Jersey Mike. How do we like kick? Well, you probably have to ask the guys in the chat. How do you guys like kick? You know, honest question. We'll take honest answers. Because if you're asking me, of course, I love it. It's great. From my perspective, the streaming is more or less identical. The appreciation from the platform towards us is already higher in the first week than Twitch in, you know, 9 years. So if you're asking me, it's a very obvious and simple answer, which is why I think it's fair to ask people in the chat. Obviously, Twitch was here first and for a long time, so guess what? They're probably steps ahead in certain departments. Can't sugarcoat that, but the Twitch sub splits are no joke. And we're definitely, if you're asking me, we're definitely very happy to be here. We're still streaming on Twitch, so we're not exclusively here, but we are predominantly here. So we'll still be doing some Twitch streams, but that's why we encourage people to make a Kick account, follow this channel on Kick if you're here watching, so you don't miss it, because we'll be mainly streaming here. All right, let's jump into another one. This was like a really quick start, but the guy just blundered piece after piece after piece. Okay, c4, let's go for this. So yeah, here we'll take, for example, and we're not gonna take to keep the same style. We're gonna play e3. If they take, we never wanna take this way. We talked about that, take this way. And I said we want our next move to be d4. We want to bring our knight out. We don't ever want to take. We always want to recapture with the c-pawn towards the center. This check is whatever. We'll just block it. And we just get a nice, easy position. Bishop e2, castle, and we got 2 open files. We can work with that. Okay, here. Not gonna be over ambitious. I don't know what you're up to, but I don't care. I'm castled, right? This is a successful opening. It's move 12. I like my position. Okay, let's put the rook on an open file. Ooh, okay, well this is already a pawn for me. And you see how simple that was. We won a pawn. I mean, we didn't really do that much, honestly. Okay, we won another pawn. Again, didn't do that much. Okay, I'm thinking we just double the rooks here. Like, you know, what am I missing? And this is how some of your positions will look with the black pieces as well. It's like, how simple was this game? I really did not do that much here, and it's completely over. Bring the queen in. Should be made in a couple moves. Be impressive if the king can survive this. What's the quickest mate? I think this one. Check. Here. I'm thinking this. And then this and this. I think that's about as quick as I could have done it. I'll be honest with you, I don't fully see that. It wasn't part of my stuff that I saw, but unfortunately for him, he still made it in the exact same amount of moves. So, just as good. Well, GG, poor guy. But look, it's really not that complicated. Like, B takes, and from here, I knew what I was gonna do for the next 10 moves right now. And all I did was, I did them. I told you, my next move is gonna be D4. If I'm gonna leave these pawns like that. If this pawn ever gets taken by something, I take with that pawn. My plan is knight there, bishop there, castle. If I get checked or something, sure, I'll throw a bishop in the way. And then once I'm castled, I just bring my rooks to the open files, wherever they are. Okay. D4, E5, ignore that. Knight F3, whatever. If they play E5, or sorry, E4, that's okay. Knight D2, bishop E2, castle, the exact same way we said we were gonna do. When we get to those positions, I'm happy to explain them a little deeper, but we're not afraid of that move. We're very comfortable playing Knight D2. Okay, simple. Rook to open file. Other rook was coming here. Then maybe throw in the habits, H3. Super, super simple, but okay, you blundered a pawn, and they blundered another pawn, and doubled the rooks. They blundered a rook. They blundered the queen, they blundered the rook. It's like, you know, it ain't rocket science over here. JC Digital Girl, thanks for the sub. Thanks a lot, JC. A sub yourself, and I just saw those 3 gifted subs earlier. Actually snuck them past me. I gotta be watching the kick chat like a hawk. Make sure we don't miss these. Thanks so much, JC. Thanks to Jersey Mike, Pink Tonic, SlowBrah, anyone following in the background. Thanks a lot to the followers. Yeah, let's go for another game here. But keep this game in mind. This is surprisingly instructive. I know it looks really boring, but this is exactly how your games are going to be with white and black. Like, literally just such simple development. Okay, white pieces, C4. We've played a few games with the C5, but yeah, the plan is knight C3, E3, A3. Oof. No game for me. Okay. E4. Well, it's our first d4 game. You guys know what time it is. Time for the old Dutch. It's just the Scillian on the king's side. Right? d6, h6, king f7, right? Let's start with d6, but I am gonna put my bishop there, I think. Okay, I will castle. c4, I'll go c6. I've been liking this setup. b3 looks a little soft. Yeah, b3, I would normally go knight a6, knight c7, like I think that's completely normal, but after seeing that, I'm more of a knight bd7, queen e8, e5 kind of guy. And the interesting thing about this position is I might not even need to play that. I might be able to do this right away. Just because of the potential loose bishop on d3. Okay, so he goes b3 and d5. I'm thinking, what the heck is going on here, right? Just start by taking. Takes, takes, takes. There's bishop c4. We have knight b6. Jeez, what's happening here? What's happening? What's happening? I think I'll go here. I'm just a little shocked right now. A little shocked. You always blunder 96. I think that's a fair comment, Ralph. Who the heck has not blundered 96 in the Dutch? Like, such a weak square. It truly is. So, I understand that. You just throw the knight in here. I mean, there's so many damn moves. I'll do this. If bishop to c4, then I think we just take the rook. Like, yeah, I lose my knight, but I want a free rook, so. I think this is the way. Actually, here we can even throw in bishop e6. He doesn't take it, but he is hitting my bishop, so I don't really have time to save this knight. So, better to not, for some reason, think I can, and let's just move that. Bishop takes, let's go. Should be 6, I think. Takes, takes, queen c4, I have d5. D5. I also have queen c8, which is actually even better. Queen there, queen c8. Discards the knight, trades the queens, and hits the bishop now. Huh. I did say it guards the knight. h6, g5. We're also hitting this knight, and if knight here, then h6 really puts the pieces on some funny looking squares. Look at these guys. Look at these three. Look at these three stooges. I don't even want to win the pieces here. I just want to make. I don't want to leave them there like that. Y'all just look funny. Y'all looking like clowns. All right, f4 wins this bishop. g4 wins that knight. It's like, take your pick. Okay, take your pick or have them both. Or take them both. Go, Craig. Oh, I'm setting something up. I just spent 3 moves setting something up. There you go. Could have been better, could have been worse. Great game there, Craig. Great game there, Bod. What was this? I mean, there's not much to say. Craig played this and played that. Like, this is just a no siree, Bob. Cannot be doing that. Sorry. Right? Clearly there's some issues with that. But I assumed he would castle, maybe play h3, and I might have played like that. The thing is, with my setup, which is like this, guess what? I never blunder the knight e6 fork. So I actually don't play the Dutch with knight d7 too much. I prefer to do knight a6. So I only did this because I just could see big weaknesses in the opening. We'll take that as our first d4 game. Working our way up. Okay. c4. We do get e5. Let's play most popular move order. First of all, anytime we see that, we're gonna take. If I can just gain time with the knight, boy am I happy. Yes. Okay, queen there. Let's bring our queen out. Bishop there is sure interesting. I mean, bishop here presents an interesting option because, first of all, like I don't think the move is good, of course, because this move doesn't even look threatening. But when I play a3, I assume he's gonna take. He doesn't have to move the bishop, but I assume that he's gonna take it, and he does. Now I have an option. I don't really want to take like this. Taking like this, I can't really play d4 next, but it is kind of the move that we should do here. But it's such a unique position where we have this frickin' queen here that it's like, what the hell? What the hell is going on here? So I'm gonna take with the queen because there's one principle which is certainly true on the flip side, which is that if you're playing the Taimanov and you can take your opponent's queen for free, you absolutely should. That's the rule. We can go here. c6, queen d6, and we actually just kind of sit in this position. Yeah, that obviously that rule only applies to the Taimanov. It's well known. Well known. Okay, let's tuck the old bizbob away. Okay, that's not the one there. That is not it. Oh, my dear friend Ignacio. Let's not allow knight c5, which is very frustrating for big Ignacio. He wants that. Like, he's fiending for that. We're not gonna give it to him. In fact, I mean, I guess we can go here. King c7 is like definitely quite good, but I'm not sure I want to get caught up winning that knight. What I do want to get caught up doing is winning that knight. I think there are a few ways to do it. This king move means there's no checks. So now I'm free to go rook takes a7 and queen d8 mate. But I figured that this rook may show up and foil my beautiful plans. So I got this bishop move prepared. Now I've really got the ideas, right? Now, all I need to do is somehow get my queen in there. Wow, boy, do we have the solution for you. Check. Check. And checkmate. That's why we had to bring that bishop in. Sorry there, Big Nasio. That one probably stung a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But look, the real principle, which is absolutely true, it's just always true. If you're playing from the black side of the Taimanov, if you're playing from the white side, it'll be even more true. But structurally, going to an end game will almost always favor you. You're the one playing this system. The end game positions will always favor you. That's just the fact. Like, if you take these queens off the board, even in this position, just to put it in perspective, this structure against this one, I know it's maybe a bit surprising, but it'll always favor you. Structurally, it's just nice. You haven't committed any pawns forward. You have breaks with b4, d4. Obviously, it depends where the pieces are. It's not like 1000% true all the time, but yeah, for the most part, endgames are always good things. All right, let's get uno más for 500. So c4. e3. Start with the pawn. The knight would be the next move. d5, we would take it. We're just playing a Scillian here. Queen c2, and again, knight here, believe me, it looks annoying. I'm surprised no one's done it to us yet, because trust me, being confident in playing this queen move before playing that pawn move takes a lot. If they do that knight move, move your queen back like that, make sure you're covering that square so they don't jump in, and then boot out the knight immediately with a3 every single time. But it hasn't happened to us yet. I haven't quite got there, but that's what we would do. All right, this move does not strike me as good. A lot of people do it, but the thing is, you're pinning our knight to nothing. Like, you're not really pinning the knight, which is why the move always looks a little bit funny to me. Let's attack the bishop and play one of our most standard moves. I think no matter what, we take with the b pawn, but maybe we entertain options. Yeah, knight takes. The option we have is to take like that. Now the thing is, the knight goes back, we have double pawns. I think it's a little bit unorthodox, so maybe I don't love that about it. So I'm just gonna take with the b pawn. Right, and we've kind of talked about, like, when we have these positions, there's certain things that we want to do. d4 immediately is one of them, and in this case, there happens to be bishop on a5. What can you do? It's a little bit weird. So we're gonna have to adjust a little bit and probably do things a little bit out of order. So I'll start by moving the knight, knowing that the move e4 is impossible here. So nothing to be concerned about. Okay. That one's a little bit odd. Now I think queen a4 makes sense. On the previous turn, I might have won a pawn, but it would be at the expense of my bishop, I think. Now, however, queen a4 does look interesting enough to play. c6 guards the bishop. However, knight to c6 is of course much more natural. But then the knight comes into e5. And again, the best part about our structure is like we haven't really committed that much. Like we haven't done much with our pawns, so there's not a lot of weaknesses as a result. Queen d5 is actually quite a good move, I have to say. Like that move by him. I like that move a lot. Well, start by taking. Start by taking, and I think at this point the easiest way out is probably queen d4, although I have to admit e4 is a little bit tempting just because the queen does have to stay in contact with the bishop on a5. But it can be achieved, so position is not that good. Would love to play this, but this pawn hangs, so I think we should start with this, which is check. Check. And I think we can just relocate to the center and hopefully execute from here. So now we can do something which is always nice, which is basically pre-move a check. It'll help us pre-move our next move as well. It's one of my favorites. So here, pre-move something that's a check. This is also a check. Checks are coming in handy here. Check, 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 check. Now really we just need some, what, here, check, you check. That's a nice enough mate. GG. That's 500. Yay. Woo. Massive KO. We really took those 400s to school. Well done, everyone. Got him. Huge KO. Get him out of here. Everyone did their part. Okay. Okay. Hang on a sec, though. Real talk. Who can actually say that they know something about the timeout now? Do you know sort of where the pieces go? I wouldn't say this was the most informative 100 points. We didn't get the setup every single time, but I imagine there must be some people here who literally have never seen the opening before, and at least, whether white or black, could produce some of the first moves of the game. Yes, hopefully. It is a great song, Zeal. Yes. Hello, Ahoot. As usual, Lawrence suffers the consequence. Yeah, poor Lawrence, jeez. Whenever a 400 loses to Aman Hamilton, Lawrence Trent just takes the brunt of it. Poor guy. Lost Moose, I'll be revealing the name of the account and how it relates to the opening at a later stage. I don't want to go into it right now. It'll be far too distracting. Far too distracting. Hello, Pen. No, I don't think so, Zeal. This is a YouTube. This is a new. Is it brand new? Might be brand new. Yeah, it's from yesterday. This is a camel fat set. From yesterday. Hey, Skippy, John, Jake. Jerome speedrun when? Listen, buddy. Listen. Jerome speedrun is like, I've always said, have you seen Hickey's speedrun? It's called the disrespect speedrun. Have you seen it? Hickey puts sunglasses on and then just plays normally. That's the speedrun. He puts on sunglasses and then he just plays normal chess. Just crushes everyone. So it's basically just normal chess. Just not that much different. Normal, high quality, good chess, right? Now, if I did the Jerome speedrun, it would be like the same thing. Playing my normal chess and being 2800 on stream, and then I just go make a new account, play the Jerome, and I'll just crush people all the same, dude. That's like putting on sunglasses. It hardly makes a difference. That's why we can't do a Jerome speedrun. It's so hard to discern between my normal good chess and the Jerome that it just wouldn't make sense to do a speedrun. Thank you, Tiger. Looks like we lost the in the transition. Thank you for the 5 subs, the Kick Cinco, as I've now dubbed it. Got a sub from Caitlin3284 as well. Welcome, Caitlin. Thanks again, Tiger. Yeah, not everyone got their native names over here. their OG names. It's hard to recognize you without the. But somehow I'm able to do it. I tell you, it's that chess memory. Able to keep track of it. Thank you very much, Tiger. Yeah, you had no idea who it was. Yeah, me neither. Who is that dude? All right, I'm gonna leave it there for now. Just introducing the series. I'm only gonna be doing this series on Kick. So while I've been saying, and I echo again right now, I will be doing streams on Twitch. In fact, I'll be streaming there tomorrow. I want to reiterate that this specific series I'll only be doing when we stream on Kick, just so you guys know. Holy smokes, Yeah928. Jason, thank you for the 20 Kick subs. We had Tiger with 5. Caitlin jumping in for a sub as well. And Yeah928 gifting to some familiar names there as well. I see Numeroid, Brando the Bully in there. Thank you so much, Yeah928. Exactly. This is like the Lichess, chess.com comparison. You guys are talking about a quick Cinco on Twitch. 20 subs here, my god. That's like a month of streaming on Twitch. Let's go. Thank you, Yeah928. Yeah, we're modest, Hella. Only 8 subs here. No. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You've got to stay humble. Thank you again, Yeah928, Tiger. We had some subs earlier from Eviscerated as well, another 20. So thank you to Eviscerated. I know JC was in here, Tarek with the Cinco earlier. Latin and Blonde as well, of course. Of course, Latin and Blonde in with the Cinco before. I I was thinking we go with some SlowBrah episodes. I know it's late, it's like 10 p.m. for me, but you know, Mondays are not too crazy. But I am kind of, you know, I'm up. I think we'll keep the stream going. So just late night chill. Do a few games on the SlowBrah account, since we're a little bit in the learning mood already. But I'm gonna switch accounts and take a super short break. So I'll be right back, but we'll definitely be continuing. I'm gonna do some episodes on the SlowBrah account. We're at 500 here in the Time It Off series. Like I said, I'll be continuing it on Kick, but that's all for now for this. So I'll take a short break and come right back and play a few rapid games. Explaining my thoughts. You guys pick the openings, so you can already start to think what openings you'd like to see. All right, maybe we can do a timeout off in a rapid game. That might be fun. All right, I'll be back in a sec, guys, but thanks for hanging out. BRB.
Your soul.
Hello. We're back. We are back. Like I said, quick break. What are you guys talking about? Of course it was. We're gonna play some slow chess, but I noticed the NBA game was on, and I wanted to check in with our drafts. I haven't actually checked in with them in a little bit. Our underdog drafts. I haven't looked at them in a while. Did I wash my hands? I don't usually wash my hands when I fill up my water. But better safe than sorry, I guess. So what's happening here? Let's see. So this is the NBA one, which is obviously the one that matters because it's the one that's on right now. There's two pools. There's a $50 and a $200 buy-in. Tiger, are you getting concerned here? Obviously, Tiger, you are trying to have this end tonight, right? Because the more games that happen, technically, the more Aaron Gordon should gain on Michael Porter, right? So you want Denver to just win it. So then you can cash out in third. I see you. Man, if goddamn Beacon didn't get so lucky with Boston and Miami going all the way, like, we would be in first place right now. But I don't think I'm going to be able to take first place off of Beacon. He has Jimmy Butler, and he's just got such a lead because he had Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, and Al Horford all collecting points, along with Jimmy Butler, for the entire 7 games of the last round. And all we've got left on my team is Jokic. So I think the standings will most likely be like this, unless Miami starts saying hi. So these should be the final standings for the $200 league, meaning Beacon walks away with $1,200. He bought in for $200, of course, so 1,000 profit. Bought in for 2, you know, he's getting 2 back, plus a K, not bad, not bad. Tiger gets 200 back, so he gets his entry fee back, and chessbrah, we're gonna get something. Just something small. So not bad, not bad. And then in the other league, Wild Hacks, I think him and J-Bell teamed up. And they have Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter, Bruce Brown, Reggie Jackson, Nikola Jokic, Jeff Green. Literally, they just stacked Denver players. Like, and other people in the league, by the way, stacked players with other teams, but those teams got knocked out, which is why they're not near the top. But obviously, this is paying them dividends because now they are basically guaranteed second place. But there's no way they catch 3,500 points. So I think this league is also locked up. Thong Me is going to win $320. Beacon looks like he's going to get his money back. Unless, I don't know if Chicken Pants can catch him. No. Beacon will get his money back in this league, and Wild Hacks will take second, I think. Thanks, Bad Kip, for the sub. So those are the NBA ones. Baseball doesn't really matter too much, but we do have a chessbrah one. I say it doesn't matter just because it's a regular season draft, so it's like chessbrah's in first, Riblets there, AG, a lot of familiar names, but it's just such a long way to go. So, hard to comment. And in NHL, Valentinian has Bobrovsky. And he's just been clear first for a while. Very close here, but I think Badkins with Vegas winning is going to take second. I mean, he has the Vegas guys. He's a big Vegas supporter. Valentinian, though, I think is claiming first place in this. It'd be hard to catch him. So I think that's it for our drafts at the moment. The NBA one is very fun. Oh, Denver is going on a bit of a run here. 60 all. Uh-oh. Rip Miami. Is it happening? Is second half Denver happening and saying hello? Rip Miami. There's NFL. We don't have one yet, but in the chat, we actually have a command, !NFL. So if you're in North America, you want to join some of these leagues and fantasy pools that we do, they're very fun. We do them with the chat, some of our subscribers and viewers. But we're going to be doing an NFL one, and it should be happening pretty soon. So that will be a lot of fun. That'll be our next one. We're probably going to do a bunch of them. As you can see, we have a couple NBA ones, like 200 entry, 50 entry. So we might do something similar for NFL. I know it's a long way away until the season starts, but NFL, we're probably looking to do our initial draft pretty soon. Yo, what's up, Glezzy? Did you sign up, buddy? It's good to see you, man. You found us on Kick as well. Shout out to Glezzy. I remember, man. I didn't forget you, Glezzy. Glezzy wants a spot for sure. You signed up? That's good to hear. Did you get some money in there already, Glezzy, or you just made the account? Low to the floral bar.
I sent you a link related to Underdog. The graphics aren't ready yet, but might incentivize a few people on the fence.
Oh, this is great. Oh wow, yeah. Let me get this up there.
I mean, you can show them anyway. Something.
You said I can show them.
You
because...
can, yeah. Oh yeah.
No, Beacon, we're okay there. We're okay there. Yeah, this is what Eric was talking about here. You guys see that? This is something that I know I mentioned super briefly, but I think you mentioned on stream before, right?
A couple times, yeah.
That this is something we wanted to introduce for people that support the partners and sponsors that we have here at chessbrah, and that's over the years, right? We've had a number of, I mean, you guys could probably think of many different activations, partnerships that we've had, things that maybe you guys have supported in the past. So this is a way for you guys to be incentivized to keep supporting them, as you always have, and a way for us to kind of say thank you for those that have. And it doesn't just start from like today. So if you have supported certain things in the past, then as long as you have proof of that, then
type in does exclamation mark rewards work, out of curiosity?
let's see. Rewards.
It's on Nightbot. I haven't moved it over. I'll move it over in a sec. But there's a form for people to submit receipts and everything.
Of like, yeah, previous campaigns.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not, Tiger, but in case you do, we figured this is a nice way to say thanks. So, what does it say here? Different tiers, silver, gold, and diamond, and there's all sorts of different things here, including a chess.com membership. So that's, for a lot of people in chat, that could be an easy number one right there. That's right, Camp 2.0 discount deal. Hint, hint. There may be a Camp 2.0, hint, hint. But this applies obviously to what I was just talking about. I was just talking about Underdog. Glezzy, for example, if you got in, you put some money in. Did you get the bonus, man? That's good to.
Set up the rewards.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, if you got the bonus, Glezzy, then that's awesome. These work perfectly. But for example, something like that, Glezzy signing up for Underdog, using our link, our code, and then, you know, throwing some a deposit in there, getting the benefit. That would be one of the that would count as one for the rewards program here. So partner sign up is what that would be. And that applies to a number of different things that we've done, like HelloFresh. You guys have seen, whether it's like a mobile game activation, stuff like that. So I think this is just a thing that I know Eric's been working on, and we wanted to release to say thanks, because there are some people, you know who you are, quite literally have supported like every single you know, partnership, sponsorship that we've done. And that really helps out. So we wanted to find a way to say thanks to those who continue to support every single one of those. And one of them right now is Underdog. Hey, happy to hear that, Glezzy. Appreciate it, dude. So if you are in North America and you want to sign up, it would really help us out. We got a link, or I guess you could click the link below the screen on our Twitch page as well. But we got a nice little sign up link: !sports, !underdog, ill, and !NFL. So if you want to join our next pool, it's gonna be an NFL pool, and we're probably gonna do that one pretty soon. No, Freddie, it would be one per campaign. So if the campaign is like, you know, if, for example, if the campaign is Underdog, no, of course it would only be once. You know, you could only get a maximum of 1 credit for that. And there we go, !rewards. We got it in the chat now. The link, it has a specific link there that you can see. It links in the chat. So that's what the command does, is it gives you that form that you can fill out, so that if you have done something in the past, you know, if you have a receipt for it in your emails or a screenshot of something, then, you know, basic stuff, but just prove that that you've supported. We remember most of the names as well, so that's really helpful. We kind of know who's been supporting and helping out. But if you've been doing it nonstop for so many different campaigns, then fill out the form, because you may already be silver, gold, or potentially, if you've been going hard, it's possible that you're even at the diamond package or very close to it already. So anyway, this is kind of exciting. This has been something we wanted to roll out for a little bit. I know Eric's been working hard on this. And of course, Hella, you can make sure to include those as well. We accept them in the form of Underdog signups, you know, etc., etc. You know the drill. You know the drill. But this is a good time. Our Underdog promotion is on for just a little while longer, so take advantage of it. It is pretty good, as maybe Glezzy can tell you. If you're in North America, the code is chessbrah when you sign up to Underdog. They have an app as well, and whatever you put in, they will match up to $100, which is pretty sweet. Put in $50, get $50. And if you're planning on joining one of our draft pools, then yeah, it'll like cover your entry fee. Basically, you can use the free money that you get on sign up to join one of our pools. So yes, you can submit retroactively fish 100%. Most important thing about this rewards program is it doesn't start based on today. It starts based on whenever you started supporting. As long as you have some screenshot or proof that you have done it, then you can submit those in the form. !rewards. Glad to hear that was smooth for you, Glezzy. Put in 100, got 100. Sick. So yeah, just wanted to tell you guys about that. And hopefully we get some people signed up to Underdog. We have the links in the chat. This obviously signing up to Underdog and throwing a deposit in there, even $10. would absolutely count towards one of these numbers in our rewards program. So if you've already done it, thank you very much. But in case you find yourself close to a tier like silver, gold, diamond, underdog is the one at the moment that could push you into one of those tiers. Anyway, I wanted to tell you guys about that. I think that's pretty exciting. You can do it retroactively, so it's not like if you've been supporting us for a while, you're like, ah, damn it, I should have started today. Like, no, we'll still give you credit for everything you have done. At least that's the point of it. But yeah, I was gonna play some slow games, get some slow chess going. So I hope you guys are still in the mood for that. But got sidetracked here. Just wanted to make sure everyone knows about Underdog, how to sign up. Hopefully we can get some people signed up, not only to Underdog, but supporting in general. Support these guys so you can support yourself with the chessbrah rewards program. There you go. Exclamation mark rewards. I'll go put that in the title just so you guys can fill it out as you wish. That's the only reason you want to support these guys for it. Exactly, Tiger. And hey, you wouldn't be a lesser man for it, you know? You really wouldn't. All right. That's for you guys to know about. Time for slow chess. Hello to Wild Hack. Hello to Wild Hack. Hello to Pink Floyd as well. Wednesday is tomorrow night, right? Tonight's just NBA. Tomorrow night is hockey, I think. Yes. Well, the Panthers have done it once before. They're Pink Floyd. So I'll tell you one thing. Pink Floyd, if you don't win tomorrow, I'm telling you, bud, those Panthers are coming for you. They're coming for you, bud. So you better close it out. The Cats are gonna start scratching if you don't end that series tomorrow. Careful. You hit your peak of 1400 yesterday, and now you want to play Lost Moves. Yes, Ninja. You're reaching already. Jeez, Lost Moves getting called out. That's right, Goblin. That's right. Lots of exclusives. All right, it's time for some slow checks. Hope you guys are ready. Have you thought about some openings? We went on a chessbrah reward system tangent, but hopefully you have an idea what openings you might want to see. We are at 777. But we've already played some tough games. We played one guy who was just about 900, so the ratings for our opponents are definitely getting up there. 15 minutes, try to explain my thoughts, not playing the exact same opening every time, so let me know what you guys would like to see. Let's jump into our first game here. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. Okay, against E4, what do we like? What do we like? Okay, I think Scillian seems to be a theme today, so maybe a little C5. And of course, against bishop c4, the best possible Sicilian. Not only was I probably going to play it anyway, but bishop c4, too many people play it against the Sicilian. It is not a good move, and e6 is the best way to handle it. f7 is defended, and even though d5 can be played here, I always like playing a6. Now these two squares have been controlled, and b5 is the next move. And even if b5 is not the next move, even the fact that I can play d5 here and not allow bishop to b5 check, even that's preferred. So even that's a good thing about this position. Now I can choose. It's going to be one of these moves, b5 or d5. Question is just which one. Both of them, as you can imagine, are very, very good. So b5, bishop b3, probably just bishop b7, knight c6, and you know, life goes on from there. The other one would be d5, and then after bishop b3, I'm not sure it would be b5. Then I think the position would be more like knight f6, bishop e7, knight c6, castle, stuff like that. So question is which one we want to do. A little more thematic for the Sicilian, I would say, is to go like this. So I'll do that. Okay, and as I've usually said, after b5, bishop b7 is just a very natural move. Makes sense that it's often the next move you play.
Destroy everything you touch today.
Knight to c6 next.
This way, anything that may delay you might just save you.
a4. I would say pretty much every time that I see the move a4, I'm pretty much gonna play b4. If I don't, and the pawn takes here, it's not the end of the world, you know? The rook is protected, but still, b4 is pretty normal, pretty natural after a4. Just keeps things closed. My knight can go to a5 maybe to bother the bishop. And, you know, it's nice to gain a little bit of space here as well. Yeah, knight c6 will definitely be the next move. I think he might castle. Maybe knight d2 to go knight c4 though. Knight e5, I definitely get kind of weird vibes. It does not look like the right move, instinctively. d6 looks great. I mean, basically you just don't want to let the knight exist there for no reason. So my first instinct, and definitely a good move, is just going to be d6. I mean, knight f7 is just nonsense, and knight c4, maybe we can even kick him again with d5. So yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy this knight move. It seems like a waste of time. Alright, knight g4 is also kind of ridiculous. Knight back to f3, just, I mean, it's not a bad move actually, but clearly then white has just lost time, for real. They've admitted it. And sometimes that's the best decision, by the way. When you make a bad move, someone makes a move like d6, it's like, knight f3 might just be best. It's so hard to admit that you just made a move so bad, you have to just undo it. I think we'll see knight c4 just because it kind of makes the most use of knight e5. But for better or for worse, he plays knight back to f3. So I'm gonna say that he deserves credit for that. I know it looks silly, but I actually think it might be the best option that he had there. So let's just develop. Now that I have my pawn on d6, I feel a little more secure about playing knight f6. e5 is pretty much whatever. And whenever I see this, my immediate reaction is just gonna be bishop e7. No calculation, nothing, just nice and easy. h6 to hit the bishop, absolutely one of my next moves. And then again, probably continuing with that knight c6 stuff. The reason I like knight c6 instead of knight d7, and by the way, both look fantastic, is because I like being able to harass this bishop with knight a5. And I also think that it would be nice to help control, you know, the d4 square a little bit, as well as the e5 square, rather than only e5 from d7. So knight c6, h6, these moves are on my mind here. All right, c3. Now the move knight c6 is so clearly the move that I want to play because it also guards the b pawn. So now it's like a guarantee. White playing d4 is just not possible quite yet because of e4 hanging, so don't really have to worry about it. In the meantime, h6, knight a5, and also surprisingly rook b8 kind of comes to mind as well, because I think these pawns are going to be traded in the near future. Queen d2. Now, if you guys had to guess why I don't like queen d2, what would you say? Because newsflash, I don't like it. For him, I think it's a bad move for white. Why is that? Yeah, pretty much correct there. Practicality. If you look at that knight, I mean, it's not going anywhere there. Now you've just taken the only square that it possibly could have gone to. So queen e2 is just awful coordination for white now. That queen needed to be on one of those two squares, but now queen d2 takes the knight's d2 square, and I think the coordination is now completely off for white's position. Okay, let's see what we want to do here. Knight a5, tempting, but honestly this bishop can retreat somewhere and it looks reasonably safe. So what do we really want to do? Castle looks fantastic. h6 also looks like a great move. Maybe both. Yeah, I think probably those couple moves make sense. And let's start with h6. See where the bishop wants to go, and then castle next. Okay, that's surprising. 2 bishops, thank you very much. I'm very happy there. I want to get castled next, pretty much no matter what. Knight a5 remains a nice move. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go for this. Now, when you think about what's actually just occurred, of course, it makes sense that black should be happy, because I know it looks like white is kind of achieving 2 pawns in the center, but white just gave away the bishops. So immediately opening up the position with 2 pawn exchanges has to favor the bishops. I mean, there's no way around that. So here, I'm looking at takes. Well, if knight takes, you just lose a pawn. So pawn takes has to be met with pawn takes, and then pawn takes again, pawn takes again. Now that pawn is pinned to the rook. Queen b6 hits that loose bishop and hits the pawn on d4. So I see myself just winning a pawn, maybe winning more than a pawn in that line. So I'm just gonna go straight for it. All that matters, all you need to know is I just got the bishop pair and white just offered me up a couple exchanges in a row. That's gonna make this bishop into a monster. Yeah, or the knight could take, but now as we know, yeah, there's a price to pay for that, and it will be this pawn. So we win a pawn here. The question is just how we want to win it. Pawn takes, knight takes, bishop takes. Like, how do we want to do it? Well, pawn takes, you know, never going to be the best move, doubling the pawns, but it is kind of nice to knock that knight away. What I am looking at is knight takes and then pawn takes. So that way, if the knight moves, there's also bishop takes on e4. No matter what, I'm definitely going to start with the knight. You would never, instinctively never ever start with the bishop when they have a knight that could take you. It just doesn't make sense. We want to keep our bishop pair, of course. But after knight takes, I think I have a very interesting decision. Bishop takes is great. I mean, can't complain about that move. But pawn takes might be even better. Yes, it doubles the pawns, but it boots the knight out for one move. And there is an e pawn hanging. So I think that might be... very well might just be winning. Knight e2, bishop e4, knight takes d4, queen b6. Hits the knight and hits the bishop. And if the knight moves, you lose the bishop. And apart from that, I mean, g2 is also hanging. So again, the position has completely opened up. I have these two bishops that are just dominating the board now. And white hasn't made like serious blunders. It's been small things. Free pawn, this queen d2 move ruins the coordination. Giving away the bishop for the knight. They seem like very, very small things, but they add up. Now, I think after bishop takes, knight takes queen b6, I think there are big issues. Yeah, so knight takes, I think queen b6. But also, as I said, bishop takes g2 and just bishop back. That's also more than enough, right? I'm gonna have two bishops there, wide open position, no pawns in the center. Just bishop should dominate the board here. So, if you're not taking here, then what are you doing? You're probably castling, honestly. But then I'll continue the same way. Queen b6, hitting the bishop, guarding the pawn. I want to castle. I want to play rook b8, gang up on that pawn. I can also play d3 if I want to. It's good that he's having a think here. I think it is a very critical position. Curious if he decides to cut his losses and castle, or if he wants to try to mess things up and even things up by taking this pawn. He should be down at least one pawn no matter what, but I think it might be more than that. Yeah, these bishops really run the show right now. Okay. Interesting move. Well, the first thing I notice is my bishop's attacked. I have to move it. So we should take here. The next thing I notice is that we might not need to move it, and I could play d5, and everything gets defended there pretty nicely. But then I even start to think, hang on a sec. I actually have queen to a5, which will essentially be delivering like close to checkmate or something in a lot of lines. Like if I take here and then give a check, the king has to go that way. It's like after bishop g5, it's almost forced mate on d2, but there is queen takes on d4. But it's actually closer than you might think. So that's what I'm looking at. This looks like a great place to start because even if you just take it and move the bishop back, like you're already in a great position. Plus, I think we could probably improve the play there. So I think I'm going to start with this. It hits the rook, it gets my bishop out of danger, and now my opponent has to react to me. So I love this, and it also means he can't castle. And after rook to g1, there's no threat of rook g7. So bishop takes g2 should be the first move no matter what. Because if I check, the king goes there, it guards the pawn. I don't like that. This is like a great first move. Now the rook moves, there's no castling this way. Castling that way is just like a disaster idea. So now I can think about what I want to do next. Because I can throw this check in here. I can also just bring the bishop back, nice and simple. Well, I don't actually think bishop g5 works here because there's always queen takes d4 and I think mate is covered. So I'm not actually too impressed by this bishop g5 move yet. I think I have to hold that idea for later. Yeah, honestly, bishop all the way back is super simple, super winning, I think. So that's always in my mind, but why would I do that when I could give this check first? So I think we want to start with the check. The only question after king d1 is what move can we throw in there? Maybe queen b6 to hit this bishop? That could be good. If queen d2, we can just take it. But after the king goes there, I think I have a few options. One of these queen moves, okay, it guards the pawn, whatever. Also hits the bishop with a check to the king on d1. And I would love to play this, but still, that move is bothering me. Even though this is hanging, that bishop I think is far more important. And if the queen goes there, then honestly, I think we just take it. We're up so many pawns there. It's a very comfortable position. Yeah, so I did expect this move. Yeah, something about e5 feels a little strange. I don't know, like the queen moves, this bishop has to move, and then there's like, I don't know, rook takes g7, queen f7. Like, I don't like opening up this bishop. Something just feels wrong about that. Maybe it's the move, but like I'd have to trade bishops or something. So I feel a little bit more attached to something like this. Or this. Make a threat. Let's just go here. There is this move, but I'm gonna be taking some pawns down there. I don't think that holds it together. Okay. Well, we have to do this, right? That's the whole point. There should be a very convincing little maneuver here. The next move I think I want to do is d3. Because if I start with this, rook d1, there's no d3. I don't like that. So d3 while I can, while it's supported. And on my next move after d3, I'm thinking that I'll be able to take on b2. So just want to make sure that that can actually be a reality. And I think it can. So yeah, let's go d3. The point is the knight has to move. Let's say in the perfect world, the knight moves somewhere safe. We take here. Then the rook has to move. It can kind of only go there. And then we're just getting every single move with tempo, which is kind of a nice feeling. Maybe even bishop takes b2. Rook b1, bishop c3 wins the rook. Yeah, I like that. That looks like a very likely finish, you know? Knight g3, bishop here, rook d1, bishop check, king over, and queen takes d1 is mate. Yeah, I think knight c1, queen takes b2. I mean, rook a2. First of all, at that point, I could just like move the queen, move the queen to c3 maybe. I'm up so many pawns, it's ridiculous. But maybe we could also go bishop c3 check there. Depends how adventurous we want to get. Ugh. Something about this move looks wrong, but it comes with a very, very nice intention by him, which is, hey, just want to take that on d3. So from that perspective, it makes a ton of sense. So if queen takes b2, then rook takes d3, and while the position is still winning, you can see at least what my opponent's trying to do, right? So what I think needs to be done here is this queen needs to make a new threat. And although queen c2 is very tempting, and it is very tempting, somehow I'm not seeing that fully working. Queen there. Like, yes, knight here is just game over. Knight c3. And it's like queen takes b2 should be over. Queen here, knight b3. Bishop b2 should be over. Because I have a guaranteed win, which is queen here or queen here. Queen here looks a bit better. I just hit the rook and I'm hitting the knight. So that's what I know is in the position, available for me like anytime I want it. But queen c2, the more I look at it, I'm like, that's pretty winning as well. It's not many places that knight can go, and we're gonna play bishop takes b2 next. So I actually think queen c2 is sufficient here. But queen d5 was a really nice option to just guarantee winning material. So I don't think there was a bad choice I could have made there, but I do think I should keep this pawn. But can't be playing moves like queen takes b2. So the only reason I think this is stronger than d5, well, this already sort of affirms that it's stronger because now we're winning a full rook, whereas queen d5 was at best winning the knight. Now queen b1 is probably the next important move, and we're under attack here, so yeah, we're definitely gonna do it. King here, there's bishop g5, there's queen takes b2, there's bishop e5. There's definitely lots of ways to win material here. I'm not sure we should be in any particular rush. Yeah, also queen d6, important to note, rook d8 wins the queen. I don't know if that will be relevant, something like this. Bishop e5, I was thinking queen d3, attacking this rook. But I don't think that actually helps. Strangely enough, I have this weird feeling like rook here might be one of the best moves. Just intending to play rook c2. But I'm so spoiled for choice here. I might just take a guaranteed piece of material. I think those material wins are always there, so I'm gonna go here. I think it's the right choice, but maybe we'll come to regret it. Queen b2 is always on offer, so I'm not in a rush to do it, because if white plays something like knight c3 or rook c3 or some of these kind of moves, no problemo. I have queen takes b2. Also, if the rook moves somewhere, I have bishop g5 winning the whole queen, so the rook is actually tied to that square, and I don't really feel like moving the bishop here is that impressive either. So yeah, I'm just gonna bring another piece in to the attack. Okay, rook back. Well, now there's rook check and rook takes and winning the rook. So there's that as well. Queen takes here, then king e1, and I don't really have that, but I can always return with my queen. So I like this to start, because if I really don't find anything better, I can always go back with the queen. It would be amazing if this move would work and just win me my material, but I am not getting so fortunate here. So because I don't have this move, I think I'm gonna go with queen b3. My next idea is I want to bring the rook in, so rook down to c2. And then queen down to b1, so almost like a ladder checkmate technique. Jack. And actually king d1, although there's probably a million different rook moves to choose from that, you know, all look tempting, I'm really wondering if queen b1 or queen d3 are just the more professional moves, right? Don't get tempted by this. It's like, hang on a sec. Focus on what you're really after, which is mate. So rook c2, king d1. Now this is tempting, but let's focus on what we're here for, which is mate. Obviously, if you had won the queen there, it wouldn't have been a bad move. You would have won the game eventually, but this is a little bit more precise. King e1, there's queen there. I definitely would not want to pre-move. First of all, I have more than a minute on the clock. Like, it's ridiculous to pre-move at all. I wouldn't be pre-moving in a rapid game anyway, unless I was 100% sure it was the only move by them or something. But obviously, if I pre-move queen e2, he could play queen d2 right now. I would pre-move that, he would take, and like, yeah, I would still be winning only because I'm up so much for Taylor right now, but you get my point. You really shouldn't be pre-moving. There we go. GG. Let's have a look at this one. Let's see here. Let's have a look here. So we went for the Scillian b5, bishop b7. I always like that. Knight e5 is, you know, black has done everything pretty normally, but knight e5 is not a fan. Not a fan, right? It's just like we could just boot the knight out and make a normal looking move. Right? Thanks a lot, Latin and Blonde. The slow Cinco. That's right. For the slow game. Okay, always unpin immediately. Like, why the heck not? H6 could be played, but I always love bishop e7. Knight c6. So just following all the Sicilian principles. We want the knight there. Simple development over here. Castle. Queen d2. So this move was really not good. It's not gonna get like a double question mark blunder tag, but it was really not it. And then d4, this is the one thing you just can't do. Like, you see the position before d4, you know, it's better for black because of the two bishops, more space, and that queen is just on the wrong square. In fact, white's best move might be moving the queen off that square, just to show you how bad it is. But what I'm getting at is that after d4, all of white's small moves that were like not so good are adding up. So the first one that I thought was really not so good was bishop c4. I don't care what book they're talking about. This ain't no book. This ain't no book you should be reading. All right, so that one is no good. Knight e5 is no good. Queen d2 is no good. taking is definitely no good. Giving away the 2 bishops for no reason. And then d4 opens the position, as we see here, opens the position for the bishop pair, and that's like the last straw. All of a sudden, the evaluation of the position is -3, and I'm not even up anything yet. That's how strong the bishops are. Takes, bishop takes e4. Queen here, yeah, we definitely want to start by taking that. I decided to throw in queen a5 check here. I think it's a strong move. We went for queen b6, but again, so many good moves here. d3, rook a3, and yeah, queen d5, so tempting, but queen c2, it was just tough to tell the difference between those 2 moves, honestly. Plus queen b7 was almost the exact same thing. And at this point, it's just a matter of cleaning up the position. There we go. But this was a culmination of a few different things, and the main theme that I saw here that stood out to me was like, okay, wasted time, especially with the bishop and the knight, but then this decision to just give up the bishop like that, playing against 2 bishops, and then opening the position. This was like the killer blow. That made it untenable for white. Pawn takes, everything opens up. This is what would have happened if white took with the pawn. Queen goes to b6, and you can see there's just huge issues here. Black wins a pawn for sure, and yeah, the game is just almost over immediately. This all comes off the back of those 2 bishops and opening up the position. So white kind of broke the rule when you're playing against the bishops to open the position up. You really don't want to do that. So d4 was a suffering move there. But yeah, white's position is already not great at this point, so it's kind of tough to say. Two bishop domination. GG. GG. Let me check in with what's going on in the NBA. Before I start another slow game, let me check. It looks like the game's almost over, so I'm very curious. Is anyone watching the game? Thanks again, Latin and Blonde, for the 5 slow Cinco subs. I really appreciate the support. JT Foxy, welcome with a brand new sub. Welcome, JT. AG4410. I don't know if AG's still here. I was actually just talking about you in our MLB pool earlier in the stream, but shout out to AG. Thanks for the kick sub, buddy. Denver is just cleaning house. Well, there we go. Go Denver. Is Denver gonna take the championship? Go Denver.
that you thought was true is truly just a lie.
Go Panthers, Boris. I'm telling you, Panthers win tomorrow, the Vegas lads are going to be real down. Panthers have done this before, buddy. Not counting them out yet. Also, is Jokic, like, I don't know, has anyone watched the whole series? Is he gonna be the finals MVP? No doubt, right? No doubt, right? Alright, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's like averaging a triple-double pretty much, right? 30 points a game. It's been disgusting. But I just haven't been paying attention to the other guys on the team. And like, just wanted to make sure. I threw a nice bet on him for finals MVP. I think when he was playing the Lakers, like during the Lakers series. $28 points, 16 boards. Is it done? Hello, J Bell. Did you guys take second in the other league there? You were never catching Thong me, but second is nice. Go Nuggets. All right, there we go. Sorry, I just wanted to follow the end of that game there. It looks like it's done though, right? Officially Nuggets win. There we go. Damn, congrats to the Nuggets. Congrats to Jokic, man. This guy's so deserving. Absolute beast. So humble. Just like, I'd be so proud to cheer for him. Oh, Jokic. Yeah, what did we... I had two bad. I had the Nuggets to win the finals, and whatchamacallit, Jokic should be finals MVP. So a small print for the house. As long as Jokic doesn't get scammed out of the finals MVP, then we're really printing. Of course, Panther Zero. Of course. Let's change the set too. It just ended. Go for this. Chill. All right, Beacon. I take your word there. Yeah, it's just whenever you have a bet, you always like second guess things, but yeah, it should be blatantly obvious. See ya, pieces and pawns. Glad you stayed this long. Thanks for the support earlier in the stream. Dono, the subs, and you did get your Scillian game, right? I think you were saying you didn't catch one in the Taimanov series, but we did get a Taimanov here, so glad we could get that in. All right, let's go for another game. Go Denver. I'll do one more. Hey, what's up, Mick? I'll do one more slow game here. Still, let me know what openings you guys would like to see. I just played black, so I guess it's very likely I'll get the white pieces here. Let me know. All right, we got the white pieces indeed. Always a choice. I'll start with e4. Lots of options here. Ooh, Karo Khan. How to play against it. Interesting. Okay, I'll play d4 after d5. A lot of interesting suggestions, but I think I'm actually gonna go for one which is really easy to explain, and it's actually the exchange. So I'm gonna take on d5, and the reason why I think this can be so annoying is specifically the way that we're going to play it, which is bishop d3. And you just kind of don't let this bishop develop to any of the squares it wants to. Go c3. Yeah, so basically this would be an achievement. Like this position right here, to be sitting in this position, in my opinion, is an achievement. And I think white already has a noticeable opening advantage. Because if we were playing a London, which I could transpose to with bishop f4, it would be the equivalent of black playing c5, taking on d4, and playing e6 and not getting their bishop out. All good things for white. So I could go into a London here. I could also just play knight f3 castle, and you know that's going to be a good position as well. But it's all based on this. Like, there's not really an opening where black wants this. And even if black did want this bishop on c8, which sometimes you see, then they'll have a pawn on c5 and white will have a pawn on e3. But in this position, black's not only trapped with their bishop on c8, but it's as if they've already played pawn takes d4, pawn captures back on d4, which is another achievement for white, because that's like trading these two pawns, which is great. Now my bishop can see. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense what's happened here. There's like two very noticeable achievements for white already, and we're only on move 5, so it might not be reflected too much. You know, like I think black's position is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm still a little biased, and I would say that white's very comfortable out of the opening already. So now I would either go knight bishop f4 or knight f3. Bishop f4, again, I'm just like going into like London stuff, which makes sense. Or knight f3, just planning to castle. So kind of between those two moves here. Just having a think. I think I'll go bishop f4. Reason why I want to do this, I kind of want to play knight d2 quickly. We could leave the bishop, but I just don't see any reason to let black play bishop d6 for free. Like, if I don't put my bishop there, black's gonna play bishop d6, and I don't see any point in letting that happen. So that's why I wanted to be first to play bishop f4. And bishop d6, I'm more than happy to trade. F3, we're gonna castle next. And the difference in this position is going to be felt by these bishops. I'm pretty sure my opponent's position might start to feel miserable. Okay, so freeing move, e5, and probably necessary, but the lovely thing about this is that now my position is just better permanently for the rest of the game. Even though it looked so good with, yeah, my bishop, whatever, now I've got another advantage, which is that is going to be an isolated pawn, period. That's just, that's how it's going to be. There's also a few reasons why you wouldn't normally do this while your king's in the middle, like queen e2, and also bishop to b5. So a number of reasons why I would say that black's not exactly in a great spot here. He's also nowhere close to castling. So we're definitely going to start every single variation by playing pawn takes, because that allows us to follow up with queen e2 or bishop b5. Right now, queen e2 makes no sense because e4 is going to happen. So I think we want to just start like this. Just trying to think of any reason why we might want to play knight takes. And there are a few reasons presenting themselves, not gonna lie. Knight takes, queen e2. And then if f6, there's f4, which is a little bit of an added bonus, but I don't know. Then there's moves like bishop g4 to calculate. My instinct is really this, but I suppose you can make a case for knight takes e5. I think just keep it simple. Pawn takes is the instinct. It's pretty much what you're supposed to do. So now, queen e2 forces black to play f6, which not really supposed to do. Definitely not. And I think we can just get kind of a comfortable position here without too much effort. So we can also castle, which believe me, I actually really like. But I'm gonna go with queen e2. I think this is proper. Forces f6, which is not a healthy move for black to play. This is why you don't do this stuff when your king's in the middle. So we'll see this. Yeah, now we definitely have some options, but one good one and very simple is bishop b5, because bishop d7, if takes, knight takes is not an option. Queen takes, loses a pawn. And if the king takes, or if the king moves, obviously all of those things are in my favor, because black will then have played f6 and moved the king. So certainly not good for him. So I think this is just really easy. The knight can't move. Give this check. And even if we wanted to play super, like, we didn't really want to play tactically after this, we don't have to go into a weird position. We can just castle, for example. We can just castle. So I like bishop b5 because it's nice and simple. And this has all come from a seemingly whatever move. Exchange, Caro-Kann, and bishop d3. It looks like it doesn't do that much, but if my opponent didn't play e5 this game, I think he was going to suffer as well. He did play e5, and his position's not that much better. Yeah, king takes. Yeah, it's not a bad position. I mean, he's playing it maybe as well as he can, but he's still just much worse. So most important thing, let's get castled. No point in keeping my king in the center here. You maybe could make an argument that you want to castle this way, but knight here, rook e8, like, maybe, but it just looks so unnecessary. Plus there's knight takes here, so it's like, you know, why bother? The instinct is so obvious. you should just castle and don't bother worrying about anything else. Black's pieces aren't developed. He's got a king in the middle. He's got an f6 there. He'll take back if he takes, but otherwise, you know, rook d1 would be a fantastic move. Queen b5 check is looming. Rook d1 next. Knight maybe to d4, or maybe even knight c4. Can't be taken because of rook d1. Yeah, knight here guards the pawn, so definitely a good move. But, you know, I have an option. Queen g4 check immediately wins a pawn. But, you know, it allows rook over, and I'm not saying there's an immediate threat against the king. Like, there's not an immediate line that works, but it's definitely a strong move. And the pressure will just mount there. So I'm actually not sure if I like that, because I feel like this king can still be taken advantage of in the center. So I see queen g4, but I'm actually not not sure that I love it. I think it's time to develop my pieces. Now, knight here actually doesn't have a promising future, so I think I'm gonna go knight a3. Just double checking. The only thing I don't like about this is if somehow he like stops me from doing that, but I'm a little torn about which move to do, because yeah, knight d2, knight b3, knight d4 is so simple, so good. I really don't need to rush here. And actually, this queen b6, surprisingly, is kind of annoying. I'm not sure why. I don't think that should be annoying. But I'm gonna trust the instincts again and keep it real simple. Knight to the damn obvious square. Yes, I see this, but I think I'm gonna wait. Rook e1 needs to happen. I don't like playing rook e1 and making ideas with my rook when my other rook isn't even guarding the last rank. So like this move is necessary to connect the rooks, and so things actually feel okay here. Okay, that move, as you may imagine, is quite possibly the worst move on the board that you could have come up with as black, just because it's like, what are you doing? Opening up my queen, opening up the D file, just kind of an insane move out of nowhere, really. So yeah, that move is I can only say it in so many words. That move is wrong. Do we go rook d1 first? That kind of looks good. Yeah, I like rook d1 first, because I want to find out if he's moving the knight. Like, I have queen takes pawn, but I don't know. Queen c7, I win a bunch of pawns, but is that enough? I think keeping the queens on the board is necessary, so that's why I'm not too interested in that. So I'm just gonna play this. Lots of good knight moves next, plus I still have this available, and I'm always gonna, like, no matter where this king ends up, I'm gonna have like a random queen check to win this pawn, and I haven't used it yet, but I have it for later, and I think it's gonna be helpful. It's rook e8. He's clearly trying to run the king back there. I think knight c4 is the move. Obviously, I want to play rook takes here, so the knight needs to move, and I think this does the trick. Knight e4 kind of does the exact same thing. Basically, his best move seems to be like queen c6 next. I could go like that, but again, I don't like queen c7, just trades. It's kind of boring. Not what I'm looking for. So knight needs to move here. Knight here, queen there, rook takes d4. King c8 loses immediately. King c7, and then I think we spy that move we've been talking about, which is queen g3. If knight e4, I don't know, queen e5 takes, and then king c7. The reason I like this move is like it doesn't allow queen e5, and it also leaves my queen attacking the pawn. So knight e4 is like tempting, but I really dislike the fact that the queen gets blocked. So might all be winning, but I think this is the move. Takes here, and then we'll have a very important queen move so that we don't trade queens with our opponent. This move is unfortunately insufficient due to this, which just pins it, which is why I was never concerned about it. And I guess there's queen takes b7, king e6, and then takes. Is that beneficial for us? I think it is. I think this is a good thing. Now we take, and if the king goes here, takes, king goes back, there's knight d6. If the king goes here, and then like rook there, there's rook e1 with pressure on the knight. So I think this is the right idea. But yeah, you can't survive with the king in the middle of the board. It's just a fact. And now this will force that move, and I guess there should be a mate coming up here, yeah. Good game. GG. Can have a look at this one for a sec. It was a nice game, but I mean, really, I would only draw attention to the opening in this one. Like, takes and bishop d3 is kind of it's a well-known move that doesn't like it doesn't like win off the out of the opening, but it causes black some very basic issues that if they're not like comfortable solving them, e6 for example, they don't really realize what's going on. They just get in a really bad position. Like, you think to yourself, oh, like bishop gets there, covers this move, so then black would obviously go here, right? Because they want to play bishop g4. And the whole point of this opening, the whole point of this line is that white could play a move like h3. So this is like the whole reason you play the line. So you play h3 and you pretty much tell black that no matter what, they're not developing their bishop to f5 or to g4. And you just give him a problem early on in the opening that it's kind of like one of those things where you tell someone they can't do something, and simply by the fact that they can't do it, they become enraged and like they try to find a way to make it possible. And as soon as they maybe admit that they're not able to do that, they assume their position is worse, and they're probably correct. Like, e6 is not the end of the world, but because you win the little mini battle of like, yeah, haha, you can't move your bishop out, then you usually get off to a good start in the opening. Black has a few things they can do. I mean, they can play g6 after knight. I can play like g6 and bishop f5. This is a whole system. I still think white's doing very well there, but it is a way you can play. You can also just, yeah, leave the bishop on c8. The main way that black plays is kind of similar to what my opponent did, but a little bit better. He played knight there, I played c3, and it's like knight f6, h3, and then black pretty much should play e5, because if white's gonna delay developing the knight that long, guess what? It's time for e5. But the thing about this is like you have to put up with an isolated pawn. So white has again sort of won the mini battle. Doesn't have an advantage, but black has an isolated pawn, and personally I find isolated pawns pleasant to play against. So I would be happy with this position. But black should play this, and if they don't, they sort of convince themselves slowly that their position is just not very good. So my opponent played e6, and already I'm looking at a position that's like plus 0.5, like just extremely comfortable. And e5 was not a good move by black, like it was quite wrong. And by the way, knight e5, I knew it had that instinct for something, but I still like d takes e5. Yeah, if they don't play e5 though, and they play knight f6, like we castle, we play knight d2, we play rook e1, we play knight e5, and it's like that bishop is so bad. I might play f4 next. This is turning into like a absolutely perfect stonewall position. So I think black can get these really, really ugly positions if you're not careful. Like it seems like a very unassuming opening, but I think this bishop d3. Strong players use bishop d3 a lot when someone plays the Caro-Kann against them, because they're like, oh, all right, this guy knows a bunch of theory. Let me just play this. And it's like, you know, you tell me what you're gonna do. So it's, I think it's a very successful, it's such a small sideline, and it's really like, doesn't really create a big opening advantage, but I think it throws a lot of players off their game, and it just doesn't let them develop their pieces where they want to. Like, when you think about the Caro-Kann, literally what is the point of the opening? The point of the opening, quite literally, is never play e6 before your bishop goes out, right? Is like the whole essence of the opening. Never play e6 before the bishop goes out. And so what does this line do? This line says, how the fuck are you gonna do that? It simply asks the question, okay, how are you gonna do that? Because according to me, that's not possible, buddy. So I like opening ideas that take the whole intention of someone's opening and put it to question. Obviously, there are going to be computer lines that black can play. It's not like completely winning, but I like openings that seem to at least pose a question or scare the opponent into thinking like, wait a minute, the whole point of my opening is to do this and I can't do this. Wait, what? Wait, what? And they get confused and they fumble, and all of a sudden I got my opponent playing e6 in the Caro-Kann. It's a ridiculous move. It's never good. Yeah, it's super easy to remember. It's like no theory, nothing going on. Bishop d3 is nice and easy, so I like it. Low check Manarov. Yeah, it's something to keep in mind, wild hacks. You should definitely check into the e5 stuff for black. If you get this line, it may be super rare, but if you get it and you just try to force your bishop out, you might not have success. So I would definitely check into a few games top players have played when they get e5 in. You'll have to play with an isolated pawn, but it's obviously an isolated pawn that's supposed to be quite good for black, because white is like making all these random pawn moves and bishop moves. So it's like, that's not really how you play the opening as white, but if you are going to play it that way, black has to be pretty decisive. Well, Tapir Knight, I mean, you got choices, right? You got options. It's not like one's better than the other. I mean, I love the two knights, but I would say when I made the Habits series, when I did the two knights Caro-Kann, boy, I was winning every single game. Like, I was getting like KO sacrifices for mate all the time. Do you know what happens now when I play the 2 Knights Caro-Kann? Like, people know theory like 20 moves in, man. Like 1300s. It's like not even enjoyable anymore. So it's nice to have other weapons, things to spice it up a little bit. Because the 2 Knights clearly was popular over the last 2 years. So popular that people have studied the shit out of it. They really have. You can't tell me otherwise. There are 1300s that really know everything about this. It used to be that, you know, you would do this and people would be in shock. Nowadays, people are like, yeah, fuck you. They play E6 in like half a second. They play B5 in like half a second. You're like, wait. Can I take, wait, I can take this, and then they play Queen C7 in half a second. You're like, wait, fuck, what? But I just take this, and then they go A6, and you're like, holy shit. What the but I have a, oh wait, but it's hit, shit. I'll go here, and then fucking Bishop D7, and you lose the game already. There used to be a world where this didn't happen. But it's gotten so sweaty in this line these days, I don't even enjoy playing it anymore. It's crazy. Hello, Diglerson. Did you miss a fried liver? You did not. None today. I think Bishop D3 is a fun one, but obviously, like, you're gonna play Bishop D3, and guess what? You're gonna run into someone eventually who knows what they're doing. They're gonna play a interesting game that might beat you, that might equalize easily, and you're gonna have to ask yourself, do I want to play this every time? Be up to you. There's no one thing that's just gonna work, but you can find things that work based on your style, you like them. People haven't really discovered how to like completely refute them yet, or they're just not very popular. But like the 2 Knights clearly was in that phase where it was like not too popular, but then it clearly had its moment where it got in the limelight, fucking everyone was playing it. And then that's what happens when something gets played all the time, the answers just reveal themselves. Like, players get obsessed with refuting stuff that they see all the time. That's why the London was like, no one was taking the London seriously 5 years ago or so. Then the London had its phase where it was so strong as white because there were easy ideas. People weren't ready for it, but because it got so popular and it was scoring so well, the people on the other side playing with the black pieces did a ton of work and were like, yeah, this is how you fucking equalize against the London easily now. And now playing the London is like not super exciting because a strong player just simply knows many ways to equalize, and it's like, yeah, it was fun while it lasted, but that's why there's like meta in chess. That's why there's openings that are popular, fall in and out of fashion. There are like sturdy openings like E4, E5. That shit has been good since the beginning, but there's other openings that become really popular and then like fall out of fashion, and it usually has to do with how well prepared people are on both sides of it. Yeah, that's right, Chess Ninja. England, right? You think about that one? There used to be a time when I would play the England, right, as black. I used to play this as black, and it's like I would win every single game. People didn't know what the fuck was going on. Queen sack? They were like, huh? Nowadays, I play this queen sack, and I've got GMs that are busting out like 20 moves of theory. I got Dania making a YouTube like refutation video. I'm playing 1200s that watch that video and have like masturbated to the theory in the mirror. I mean, it's just not enjoyable anymore. So the undefeated, you know, it's still a great opening. I love it, but like, it's just gotten so sweaty. So sweaty. Anyway, there's always these little tricks that stronger players have, just kind of low-key lines that are you know, if the spotlight is here, the lines are like right here, you know, just out of the spotlight. It's like people know about them, but they don't know them that well. A good example of a line like that is a line that gave me so many fucking problems, and I swear it still gives people problems in the French, and it's simply this: Bishop D3. And it's like, how many times have you seen Bishop D3? Not that many. If you had to honestly say, if you were a guy that played the French and you were pretty well prepared and someone hit you with Bishop D3, would you really know what to do? Probably the answer is no, right? Like, you would be able to make some intuitive moves, like maybe you play C5. I mean, you play the French, you're not going to be like a complete idiot here. But the point is, people aren't going to be prepared for this the way they're prepared for this, right? No chance. There are like 1, 2, 3, 4 moves, at least 4 moves that are insanely more popular than this. At least 4. And it's like, you know, maybe if you kind of know what you're doing, it's no problem, but you know, you play C5 and all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. After this, I'm kind of stuck maybe in an isolated pawn position. I didn't necessarily want that to happen. Maybe you're fine with that, but okay. That's a little bit surprising already. And it's like you take here, you play knight f6. This is what anybody would do. White plays bishop f3 and suddenly you're like, wait 1 minute. This isn't, wait, what? And then you're like, c5, oh, this is trash. White plays knight e2 and you're like, okay, takes. And then this happens and you're like, wait a minute. The evaluation is plus 0.7, plus 0.8. And you just started the game. And you seemingly made the most natural moves on planet Earth. So, just these like weird sidelines that are like not so common, but they're like I said, they're just under the spotlight. They're not bad, they're not awful, but if you really know how to handle them, they're not great options, but they pose enough of a problem that I think they're worth considering. Rant over. Trumpovsky fucks you. Yeah, Trumpovsky I think is not so dangerous because there's so many ways to play against it. And there's not really any trick to the Trumpovsky, you know? Like in this line, you could say the trick is like white tricks you into establishing a bishop here. And the whole point of the French is you have a trash bishop, so you need to like put it there. And now you can't put it there. So now you get this weird feeling where it's like, wait, fuck, I can't move my bishop. And it's like, that's enough to at least pose somebody a problem. But the Trumpovsky is like, I mean, you're not really posing anyone any problems. You're not really bothering them. Thanks, Beacon, for the gifted sub earlier. Also, Jokic MVP, right? That means my bets hit. Let's double check. Go me. Let's see here. Hey, cheers, Beacon. Yeah, no, it looks like that's a hit, all right. Yeah, it's a hit, all right. Nice, nice. Some tasty SlowBrah games, Hitbox. We did okay. Also, our leagues are officially over, by the way. I'm not sure if these have the updated scores, but I think that they do. So I think Tiger takes 3rd place. We take 2nd. Beacon, congrats, buddy. You took 1st place, 1,200 bucks. There you go. Very nicely done. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier, Sam. You and J Bell, right? You guys were never gonna catch Ongmi, unfortunately, but you were also never gonna be caught. So I think you guys were winning 2nd place, pretty much the whole way. But yeah, 170 bucks off a $50 entry, so pretty nicely done. Similar performance to the chessbrahs over here. Chessbrah count 2nd place. So yeah, Denver brought us to 2nd place. Go Denver. Hello, Mike. Did you take a break there, Mike? What do you mean you missed the SlowBrah games? You must have taken a little break, right? I saw you here earlier. No, Beacon got lucky, Mike. Let the record show Beacon got lucky as fuck. The guy had Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, and Al Horford, and Jimmy Butler. And that series was gonna be 4-0 for the Heat. But instead, it went to 7 games. So he got 3 extra games for no reason of Marcus Smart points, Jaylen Brown points, Jimmy Butler points, and Al Horford points, which was like a joke. And that was way more than 400. So we definitely would have won first. It would have been close, obviously, because he still would have had Jimmy Butler for the final. But we would have had Jokic, and I thought the Nuggets were going to win, and they did do well. Obviously, Jokic outperformed Jimmy. So I think we would have won first. So we got scammed. We got robbed. Beacon's Celtics couldn't just go out 4-0. They couldn't just fuck right off. Instead, they had to stick a finger up my bum from the grave. Just ridiculous. All right, guys, it's close to midnight. I'm gonna say goodnight myself. Thanks for watching. Shout out to the Kick crowd. I can let you guys know a few things. Tomorrow, there's gonna be I'm not sure if it's already started. I think it starts tomorrow. But there's gonna be a junior speed chess championship on chess.com. I am going to be commentating it. And the reason that I wanted to commentate it is because Pranav is playing. Buddy Pranav. So I'm going to be commentating his match. It's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be on the chess.com channel. So you'll find me there, chess.com Twitch, right? And then after that, I will be streaming on Twitch for the late Title Tuesday. And we're still going to host our Underdog Title Tuesday tournament. All right? And then I might do a late night stream on Kick right here. So that's kind of the plan for tomorrow. All right. And then Wednesday, there's Arena Kings. We might do a late stream as well. So I'll see you guys on Twitch tomorrow. Title Tuesday and Underdog Title Tuesday. And then I'll see you guys late night on Kick. So 3 different places. The chess.com stream. First things first for the commentary, the Twitch chessbrah stream for Title Tuesday and our viewer tournament, and then late night Kick stream. All right, catch you at all 3 locations. Good night, guys. We started a new series. Gonna continue that only on Kick. And of course, gonna continue with the SlowBrah game. Sorry, Salty, if you just joined. But yeah, I'm not gonna go past 12 here. Got an early start tomorrow. And lots of streaming this week. But make sure you guys are following if you're not following on Kick yet. Alright, there's gonna be lots and lots of streams here. So drop a follow if you have not already. Would love to see you again. Everybody have a good night. I'm commentating with Mike Klein tomorrow, I believe. Good night, everybody. Have a good one. And I'll see you for commentary tomorrow. For Buddy Pranav. See if he can win his match. Night, y'all. Go Nuggets.